And did you see Clay that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe that?
He was just laying there, holding his side, blood coming into his white jacket, and that's about it.
Was he able to talk?
No, ma'am.
And what about Paul? Did you see Paul?
No, ma'am.
Did you see AJ?
No, ma'am.
I could have just one moment. Thank you, Mr. Folks. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Mr. Folks, how tall are you?
5'9" and 3/4.
5'9", 3/4. And Paul Trapani would be 2 inches taller than you, more or less, or would have been?
He's probably 6 foot, 6'1".
Okay. And Mr. Beathard, maybe 3 or 4 inches taller?
He's about 6'2", yes, sir.
Okay. And Alva Bethurum's the tallest of that group, correct?
Yes, sir.
About 6'3", maybe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And regarding your relationship with Mr. Beathard, I found a picture where you appear to be about 14 with your arm around Mr. Beathard in football uniforms. So I assume you played football together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that through high school?
To my sophomore year. The summer of my sophomore year.
Okay, and then you concentrated on baseball after that, or?
Baseball and basketball.
Baseball and basketball. Was Mr. Beathard on the basketball team too, or?
He joined for 1 year and then just focused on football and baseball because he knew football was his career path that he wanted to take.
Okay, and he played college football, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you all work out together?
Sometimes.
Speed and strength training?
Mostly him, but he liked to work out by himself or with his brothers.
Okay, I understand. Now, Mr. Trapani, he was on the football team, wasn't he, or did you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he was a captain in his senior year, wasn't he?
I believe so, yes, sir.
In high school, was Mr. Beathard really your best friend, or?
I'd say so.
Okay. And you were loyal to him, I'm sure.
Always.
And he was loyal to you.
Always.
So on the evening of the 20th, I think Mr. Beathard goes to your house and y'all drive over to Mr. McCullough's house. Is that how that worked?
Parents dropped us off.
I'm sorry?
Parents dropped us off.
Okay. And at that party, did you smell any marijuana?
No, sir.
And so about what time did y'all arrive at the McCullough residence?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
10:15.
And had you and Mr. Beathard consumed any alcohol before you arrived at Mr. McCullough's residence?
No, sir.
And did Mr. McCullough provide any alcohol?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did y'all pick up any alcohol or any beer or anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 6-pack, 12-pack, or?
One of those 9-pack Coors Lights.
Okay. Now, I think you testified that you saw Mr. Mosley approach Emma Yoder on the dance floor. Did
Yes,
I
sir.
understand that? Okay. Now, you remember 8 days after the incident, December 29, you're at Battleground Academy in the library with Detective Beavis and Detective Joyce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that conversation was recorded.
Yes, sir.
And you said nothing about seeing Mr. Mosley approached on the dance floor, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And I'm going to pass you a series of photos from the Dogwood Bar surveillance camera, second floor stair top camera, starting at 2:46:45 a.m. and I'll let you comment.
you need the overhead, Mr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, give us just a second to get it, get it up.
Okay, I think you're familiar with that image, aren't you? Or-
It's up, Mr. Mccullough.
And I think you previously confirmed you're at the top of the table there.
Yes, sir.
We know the table.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Sophie Falver across the table from you.
Yes, sir.
Alpha Bethurham.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Emma Yoder off your right shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And this gentleman here is Wilson Mccullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a WM to mark him.
Okay.
Did I get that more or less on Mr. McCullough?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to Mr. McCullough's 145 degrees to the right, you see Mr. Mosley there?
Yes, sir.
If you can't tell, that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put an MM next to him. Okay. And move forward. (246:00 a.m.) And you see you're still more or less in the same place.
Yes, sir.
And Emma Yoder has moved down the table, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put an EY for her. And you see Mr. McCullough there,
Yes, sir.
and you see Mr. Mosley here.
Yes, sir.
Put an MM for Mr. Mosley. And they are looking towards Ms. Emma Yoder, correct?
Apparently, yes, sir. I believe so.
All right. Moving on. 246:28 a.m. Second floor stair top camera. Ms. Yoder is still more or less in the same place.
Yes, sir.
Wilson McCullough is motioning. See Wilson McCullough there?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mosley appears to be facing Mr. McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Let's put an MM for there. (246:44 a.m.) Second floor stair top camera. You see Wilson McCullough,
Yes, sir.
and he's leaning in towards Mr. Mosley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's Ms. Yoder. You see Ms. Yoder there?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put an EY right behind her head. Next photo, 246:51 a.m., same camera. You're drinking a beer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman who handed you that beer, is that Campbell Parker there?
I can't really tell, sir. There's a glare on it.
Okay, yeah, let's see, maybe.
Mr., you slide it down a little bit, that light, that's a little better.
Perfect.
Okay, now can you tell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is Campbell Parker?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a CP by him. And Wilson McCullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And over here, you see Mr. Mosley,
I believe so.
and he's got his arm around Ms. Yoder's shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And, I think we established this was you drinking the long neck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I think I got it. Next picture will be from 246:54. long neck back to Campbell Parker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Wilson McCullough again.
Yes, sir.
You tell me if I label something wrong. Next picture from 2:46:56 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And you see Mr. McCullough here.
Yes, sir.
And there you are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see Emma over here looking back towards you maybe.
Yes, sir.
EY for Emma Yoder. And Michael Mosley. Next picture, 2:47:01 a.m. You see Wilson McCullough
Yes, sir.
and Campbell Parker,
Yes, sir.
and you're sort of in between them,
Yes, sir.
and you're about to notice Emma Yoder there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next picture, 2:47:03 a.m. I see you appear to be in motion in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Striding in. Your left leg sort of blurry. And in between you and Emma Yoder is Wilson McCullough.
Yes, sir.
And Wilson McCullough is sort of right next to Michael Mosley and Emma Yoder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Two 2:47:22 a.m. Okay. And that's you on the steps looking, let's see, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looking back towards Mr. Mosley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, is that Emma in front of you?
I can't really. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Mr. Mosley's back here.
Yes, sir.
He's backed off.
Yes, sir.
And the big tall guy in the back, that's David Bates, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was wearing a blue Tulane
Hoodie. Yes, sir.
And he was a pitcher at Tulane, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know, we'll offer these as our next exhibit.
No, maybe that would be, is it not 34? I have 33 as BFTIB 21.
Oh, I missed that.
Okay. It'll be exhibit number 34, Mr. Courtney.
This was 27 months ago, correct?
I believe so.
And you're a young guy.
Yes,
And not unusual for young guys to drink a lot of beer.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say you were very intoxicated?
No, sir.
Let me show you a few still photos from the Bar 2 side camera. tell you what, I might have to show you on video. From 2:17 a.m. I apologize, Your Honor.
Do you want us to pull up the video, are you gonna play the video?
I think that might have to.
Okay.
We could use the video for this. From 2:17:49. Yes. And well, we'll wait here. Okay, you see yourself in that photo?
Yes, sir.
Lower left-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were in close proximity to another man?
Yes, sir.
2:17:49 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me go forward to, I think, a wider shot of that. Whatever the next one is, Jim. Or, let's see, maybe a closer shot. 2:17:49 closer. Go back to. All right, well, that's good enough. So about this time, you got into a little shoving match with that man. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And he grabbed your hat and threw it. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
We're going to play a video which we have marked as DFT ID 5. Begins at 2:17:15 a.m. And watch for yourself. You see you push that man. Okay, he grabs your hat and throws it. Do you remember that now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You normally wouldn't do that if you hadn't had alcohol in you.
That's one of my good friends, Dallas Briggs. So we do that kind of stuff all the time.
So you were pushing and
Yeah, we just mess
push
around.
and shove a lot?
Yeah, we push around for a little bit, and then kind of towards the end, you see us hug like usual.
Okay. And I think we offered that as our next exhibit, didn't we, or didn't we? DFT ID 5?
That'll be number 35.
think I asked you about the interview on the 29th of December.
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay, all right. And did you remember whether or not you said anything about seeing anyone approach Emma Yoder on the dance floor?
During the interview,
Correct.
I do not recall.
And that interview, you said you didn't really remember much at all. Is that correct?
From the interview, no, sir.
One moment, please. Thank you, Mr. Folks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything in redirect?
No, you're
All right, thank you, Mr. Folks. Like you said, we're just stepping down.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Folks, take your time, sir. Okay, thank you. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is Ari Bektar.
All right, Beth, you all right?
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Good morning. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Ari Soran Bektiar.
And could you spell your first, middle, and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, ARIESORANBEKHTYAR.
And Mr. Bektar, are you from the Nashville area?
Yes, Franklin.
How long, did you grow up here?
Yes, ma'am. Born and raised.
And where did you attend school?
Grassland Middle School and then Franklin High School.
And in 2019, what were you doing then?
I just graduated college and I was living in East Nashville, working at Cap Financial at the time.
And how old are you today?
I'm 25.
Do you remember specifically that night of December 20th into the early morning of December 21st of 2019?
Yes.
And where were you at that night?
So I went out with some friends. We ended up at Dogwood, and I was leaving. And when I was waiting on my Uber, that's when everything happened.
And did you know anyone that was outside of Dogwood that night?
Yes, as I was leaving, I believe I saw Sam and Clay at the time, and then the whole fight and everything broke out. I didn't really know who the fight was between, and then I saw Clay kind of leaving the crowd to the left, and then that's when I went over to him.
And you said that you knew Sam. Is that Sam Folks?
Yes.
And how well did you know him?
His older brother's friends with my older brothers, so we were acquaintances, but not best friends.
And what about you referenced Clay? Is that Clay Bethard?
Yes, same with him. I'm friends with his older brother, and then we have mutual friends as well.
And did you know Paul Trapini?
I did not.
Which I'm going to ask to play you what is previously introduced Exhibit 11, file number 7.
General, will you pause it and then rewind it because the video and
The beginning of it is
Okay.
not relevant.
all right.
Mr. Bektar, are you able to see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And if you can touch the screen and just point to where you are.
I'm leaned up against the railing right there.
And was that Mr. Beathard that just walked past you? Would you like for me to rewind it?
Yeah, if you could rewind it. Yeah, it's him.
And what are you doing at this moment?
I had just called an Uber. The friends I was with, they live in South Nashville, and I live in East Nashville, so they all went home. And so I was just waiting on my Uber at that time.
And the kind of commotion that's going on in front of you, were you able to see exactly what was happening?
I just saw, as you can see, just a bunch of pushing and shoving, and then obviously some punches thrown, but I didn't really know that Clay and Sam were involved until I look out and kind of see Clay towards the left. But I thought they were just pushing each other and fighting. I didn't really know exactly what was about to happen.
And do you remember what's happening right now?
Yeah, as you could see, he was holding his left side, and that's when I went over to him and could see that he had been stabbed.
Was he able to talk?
Yeah, he was talking. He was confused. He was like, "What the heck?" Like, I got stabbed. He was just more confused than anything. So we were trying to. It was me. I don't really know who else was with me. I don't even think I talked to him after, but we were just trying to calm him down. And at that point, we were calling 911. But yeah, he was talking, but more than anything, he was just confused.
Did you have any idea that there were weapons involved in anything that you saw?
No, not from the pushing that I saw.
And how well did you know Clay Beathard?
I know his older brother, and I've known him since probably sophomore year of high school through mutual friends. And so whenever I would go over there, I would see Clay. I didn't know him super well, like we weren't best friends, but I mean, every time I saw him, he would ask me how I was doing, ask me about my brothers. And so, I mean, I knew him decently well.
What type of person was he?
He was super kind. That night when I saw him at Dogwood, like inside the bar, he just asking about my brothers, asking how everything was going. So, I mean, he was just a super genuine guy, very respectful. But yeah.
If I can have just one moment. Mr. Bekhtar, at the beginning of the video, Sam Folks is near you. Would it help if I pulled it up?
Yeah, if you could pull it up again. Yeah, I think he was right next to me as I.
Which there's a circle that's on Clay Beathard.
Yeah, Sam's in the hat.
You recognize him?
Yes.
Do you remember anything being said in this moment? Were you concerned for Sam at all?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody say anything threatening or concerning to you?
Not that I recall, no.
So did you have any expectation about this punching, shoving that happens in front of you?
And Clay and whoever else.
And And had you known that there was something that involved Sam or Clay, would you have acted differently?
Depends on the context. I mean, definitely knowing what I know now, obviously I wish I would have done something else, but I just don't know.
But if you thought that one of their lives was in danger, would that have?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
kind of
Definitely.
startled you?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing happened that made you concerned or feel like you needed to get involved in any way?
No, ma'am, not until I saw Clay leaving the crowd to the left, and that's when I went over to him.
And that was after Mr. Beathard had been stabbed?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Porter?
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Won't you step as you're stepping down, please? Thank you, sir. Take your time. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls J.C. Harper.
J.C. Harper.
Ms. Harper, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning, Ms. Harper.
Good morning.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is J.C. Harper, spelled Jaycieharper.
And Ms. Harper, are you here today because you were subpoenaed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to be here today?
No, ma'am.
Are you only here because you're responding to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Harper, and you speak a little bit softly, so if you could either speak up or move closer to the mic, okay?
That's good. That's good. Right there. Thank you.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Michael Mosley?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you tell the jury how you know Mr. Mosley?
I know him through his big brother, Greg Sanders.
How long have you known Michael Mosley?
Now probably approximately about 6 years.
So if it weren't for your friendship with his brother, would you have even known Michael Mosley?
No, ma'am.
How close were you with Mr. Mosley's big brother?
Very close.
Did Mr. Mosley's brother pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
And after he passed away, did you continue your friendship with his younger brother, this defendant, Michael Mosley?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
So you know you are here today to testify about what happened on December 21st, 2019, is that right?
I do.
On that night, did you go out with some friends to a restaurant and a bar?
I did.
Can you tell the jury where that was?
Originally,
Yes.
Copacabana.
Okay. And is that a place where you had gone to on occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went to Copacabana that night, is that the one that's located in West Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went there that night, originally, who did you go there with?
Some coworkers.
Okay. And at that time, were you working at a restaurant with some people, a different restaurant than Copacabana?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And about how long were you at Copacabana that night?
For about four hours around about.
Okay. So at some point, did you meet up with the defendant, Michael Mosley?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other people in that group?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury about the other people in that group?
One of them was Daniel, and the other one I'm still unaware of who he was.
Okay. Yourself, Mr. Mosley, and Mr. Sevilla.
He's just a Hispanic male.
Okay. Did he have any type of thing that made him look unique, which would make you be able to recognize him?
He just had glasses and a tattoo on his face.
Okay. And where was the tattoo on his face?
Not exactly sure on which side, but it was above his eyebrow.
Okay. And do you know what the tattoo was of?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if it was an image or if it was words?
I never got that close.
Okay. So at what point was it that Mr. Mosley, Mr. Sevilla, and this other person with the face tattoo showed up?
I remember ragging on Michael for being a little late, so it was probably around 10:30, 11, or I'm not sure. It was later than what I had expected him to be there.
And did the man with the face tattoo introduce himself to you?
He did.
And how did he introduce himself to you?
He said his name was Poppy.
Okay. Do you think his name was really Poppy?
I don't.
Did he introduce himself to you in that way, in kind of a flirtatious way?
I'm assuming.
Is that how you took that?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Were you interested in him?
No.
Had you had anything to drink while you were at Copacabana?
Yes, I did.
And how much did you have to drink, and what were you drinking?
I think I had around 4 or 5 rum buckets and about 3 or 4 pineapple upside down shots.
Okay, and what is a rum bucket?
I do not know what they contain, but it's probably about, that big and about that wide.
Okay. And so it has rum in it and something else?
And yeah, a mixture of things, yeah.
Okay. Did you see whether or not Michael Mosley had anything to drink while you were at Copacabana?
I seen him with a Corona.
But were you counting his drinks or anything like that?
I was not.
Do you know how Michael Mosley and Daniel Sevilla knew this person who introduced himself as Poppy?
I don't.
Did you make an assumption of how they knew each other?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that sort of speculation.
Okay, you have a response?
Yes, Your Honor, this goes directly to something that a statement that she made when she was interviewed by a detective.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Do you remember giving a statement to Detective Beavis in this case?
I do.
Do you remember from your statement how you believed that Mr. Mosley and Daniel Sevilla knew Poppy?
I didn't know that was the direct connection in which and how they knew each other. I just knew that was a topic at hand that night.
That what was a topic at hand?
That
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ms. Harper, I'm going to ask you that question again. Do you know how Michael Mosley and Daniel Sevilla knew the person who introduced himself to you as Poppy?
I don't know how they know him originally.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to Detective Beavis?
I do.
And what did you tell Detective Beavis?
I had some knowledge of the guy had a substance, I don't know what it was, that he was trying to disperse.
Okay. And did you say that he was trying to disperse them, or was he trying to sell them?
Sell, I guess.
Okay, so you knew that this person named Poppy joined the group and that he was trying to sell drugs that night. Is that right?
Yes.
By the end of the time that you were at Copacabana, was it just you, Daniel, Poppy, and Michael Mosley in your group?
Before we left,
Yeah, right as you were leaving.
yes.
Did the four of you leave together, in other words?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
And did y'all all travel somewhere?
Yes, we did.
Where did you travel to?
Midtown, but to Dogwood.
Okay, Midtown, Hills area, Nashville.
The goal was downtown.
Okay. And you ended up at the Dogwood Bar.
Yes, ma'am.
When you left Copacabana, who all was in the vehicle that you were in?
To my recollection, it was me, Michael Mosley, and Daniel.
Okay. And the other person named Poppy, did he go in a separate vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all meet up together once you got to Dogwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you all went into Dogwood together?
We did.
Had you ever been to that bar before?
I had not.
And is that bar here in Nashville, Davidson County?
It is.
Why did y'all decide to go to that bar?
I'm assuming because none of us had ever been there before, just a change of environment,
Okay.
something different.
And do you remember testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case?
I do.
And do you remember me asking you that same question on that day?
I don't, honestly.
Do you remember giving another answer under oath on another occasion about why you went to Dogwood Bar?
I remember what you're referring to, but I don't think that was why we went there. I think that was the whole reason we went. We just wanted to go somewhere different. I mean, that was a factor.
Okay. Do you remember making a statement about Poppy and the reason why you went to Dogwood Bar?
Yeah, I mean,
What did you say?
said that there would be potential buyers. If that's what you're referring to, yes, I said that.
Okay, potential buyers for the drugs he was trying to sell.
Yes.
When you got to Dogwood Bar, did you, Michael Mosley, Daniel, and Poppy go into the bar?
Yes.
What did you do when you got into the bar?
We went and ordered a drink.
Okay. And did y'all mingle around and talk to people who were there?
Yes.
Did you see anybody who was in your group participate in trying to sell drugs?
I seen them with an individual. I'm assuming that may have had something to do with it, but I don't know exactly.
You have a response?
Your Honor, I can direct Ms. Harper to answer with what she saw.
Okay, okay.
Can you tell the jury what you saw that would be that would be consistent with somebody who was selling drugs?
No foundation that she understands the basics of selling drugs, Your Honor.
Yeah, you may want to, I'll sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
Well, can you just tell the jury what you saw?
I just saw them mingling with people. They had their phone out.
Okay. And when you say them, who do you mean?
The guy I referred to as Poppy and Michael.
Michael Mosley?
Yes, ma'am.
We're talking to somebody who y'all met at the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see whether or not they exchanged phone numbers?
They had their phone out. I wasn't a part of the conversation, so I can't testify to something that I'm not aware of.
Okay. And then shortly after that, did you see them leave the bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see leave the bar?
Poppy, Michael Mosley, and the other guy that they were talking to in the bar.
Okay, and where did they go?
Out the front door of Dogwood and to the left, I believe, down the street.
And why did they leave the bar?
I assumed that they were going to an ATM.
Objection. Move to strike. The assumption.
Your Honor, she was a witness who was there. She's testifying from her perception of that night. She can be cross-examined on that, but she has every right to say what her assumption was based on being in the moment at the time in that situation with those people and based on conversations that she had with them.
Right, but I don't think the rules of evidence allow for, I guess, absent what expert witnesses testified based upon their investigation of an issue, I don't think that a lay witness that just can testify as to an assumption absent substantial proof to support it. So I'll sustain the objection and strike the comment.
Did anybody tell you why they were leaving the bar?
No.
Did you see where they went?
I seen them walk down the street. After they were out of my sight, I didn't see where their destination was, no.
When they did that, where were you?
At the top of the balcony at Dogwood Bar.
And who were you with on top of the balcony?
Daniel.
Why were y'all on top of the balcony?
Just to watch.
To watch what?
To see what they were doing.
Okay, and what did you see?
I seen them walk down the street until I couldn't see them any longer.
The direction that they were walking to, was it towards an ATM?
I don't know that there's an ATM there.
Objection. We don't know that she knows where all the local ATMs
That's
are.
what she just testified to. She just said she didn't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you remember giving a different answer when Detective Beavis asked you the same question when you gave a statement to Detective Beavis?
I believe I just said that I'm assuming that there was an ATM there, but I don't know.
Objection again to the assumptions and the speculations about what.
I think her comment was in response to what her statement to Detective Beavis was, not what her statement right now. The question was, did she tell Detective Beavis? Her response was she believed she told Detective Beavis that she assumed.
Well, it's still a rehabilitating statement.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm handing you up a transcript of the statement that you gave to Detective Beavis.
Okay.
And I would ask you to turn to page...
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ms. Harper, I'll ask you to turn to page 22 of your statement. And if you could read line 16.
Okay, it says,
Now I will ask you the question again. Where were they going? Where were the defendant, Poppy, and this person that you met at the bar going when they left the bar?
my statement says they tried to go to an ATM.
Okay, how did you know they tried to go to an ATM?
I don't recall exactly why I felt that way. I'm unaware of whether they told me that that's what they were doing or not.
Okay, but that's what you knew from being there on that day, because when you were asked about it, that's the answer you gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll ask the question again. Why were you and Daniel Sevilla standing on the balcony?
To make sure that they were okay.
So you knew what they were doing.
I had an assumption.
Object, move to strike again, it's suspected.
I think that's, she didn't say what her assumption was. She testified that her impression, she had an assumption. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what was your assumption?
As to,
What was your assumption? You just said I had an assumption. I said they were there, they were going to do a drug deal, and you said I had an assumption. What did you base your assumption on?
that they were trying to go get money out of the ATM
To do what?
to purchase drugs.
Okay. Did you see them come back to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes.
Did they get held up in coming back into the bar?
Yes.
But were they eventually able to get back in there?
They were.
And what happened after they rejoined you at the Dogwood Bar?
I believe we just hung around for a little bit longer until they started moving out.
Okay. Did there come a time at the end of the night where you all were going to leave?
Yes.
And just before you were going to leave, story what that was?
I heard some commotion at the top of the stairs about Michael's trying to make a conversation with a girl that may or may not have had a boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And so what did you do when you heard that conversation at the top of the stairs?
I ran back up the stairs and I just grabbed Mosley and was like, hey, you know, we didn't come here to do this.
Who did you grab by the hands?
Michael,
Okay. And where was he when you grabbed him by the hands?
at the top of the stairs.
What did you do after you grabbed him by the hands?
I just motioned for the rest of the other party to go down the stairs so it could create a space in between them so the tension would subside.
And you said we're not here to do all that?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything specifically about what was said to Mr. Mosley?
Just that the girl had a boyfriend and that he was upset that Michael had tried to make advances towards her.
Okay.
And he was being disrespectful.
So the man was saying that Mr. Mosley was being disrespectful to this young lady.
No, towards him because apparently it was his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can you describe what that person was wearing?
To my recollection, he had a fitted ball cap on that was backwards, and he had some type of plaid long sleeve shirt on.
Did you feel like something could have escalated if you didn't intervene?
Naturally,
And is that why you intervened?
yes.
While you were holding on to Michael Mosley, did you say anything to the group that the man in the plaid shirt was in?
I just told them to, if they could, just go on down the steps to diffuse the situation.
Okay. And did they do that?
Yeah.
Were you ever concerned for your safety?
At that time,
Yeah.
no.
How tall are you?
About 5'6",
And can you describe your build for the record?
petite.
Petite. If you were going to go buy an outfit, would you buy a size small?
Yes, ma'am.
And even as small as you are, you weren't threatened by that situation at the top of the stairs?
It had nothing to do with me, so why would I?
Hold on, just for the record. The objection is as to leading. I'll overrule the objection. And I don't, we're kind of talking over each other, so I don't need to re-ask the question, General.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did the man in the plaid shirt have a friend group with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And y'all went down the steps at the same time?
Did they all go down the steps at the same time?
Did y'all basically travel down the steps at the same time as that other friend group went down the steps?
Within brief seconds of one another, yes.
Where were Daniel, Sevilla, and the man that you call Poppy as you were going down the steps?
I believe Daniel had already made it all the way down to the bottom of the second staircase, and Poppy was in the middle of the two staircases.
Okay. Did you hear anything being said at that point?
I did.
What did you hear?
I heard people from the BGA group, if you will, just continuing to talk about the situation and motion towards Mr. Mosley, talking about how that he was being disrespectful and repeating the same thing over and over about what had happened about at the top of the steps.
Were you able to get down the steps and to the door that goes out of the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you hear anyone in your group say something at that point?
I believe in my statement I said that it could have been Daniel or Poppy, but I was unaware for sure because I believed that the statement came from behind my back and I did not see whose mouth it came out of, so I can't testify to something I'm unaware of, but I know for a fact it didn't come out of Michael's mouth.
Okay, and what did you hear?
That there was going to be a fight, we're going to fight them, something along those lines.
And you heard that before you went outside?
I'm not exactly sure.
Like right at the door?
Yeah, it was right at the door.
Okay. And you've testified previously that you knew that it wasn't Michael Mosley, but it was either Mr. Sevilla or Poppy.
Well, if you want to look at the statement, I told them that I wasn't exactly sure. But
Okay. Do you still have your statement up there?
yeah.
I'll ask you to look at page 45. If you could read lines 1 through 6 to yourself and refresh your memory as to what you told Detective Beavis.
Okay, yeah, this statement, I believe I watched the audio yesterday morning, and I said in the audio that I wasn't exactly sure, but that isn't included in the statement.
Okay. After refreshing your memory and reading what was transcribed about your statement, what did you say?
I said, I heard someone beside me. I don't know if it was Daniel or the other guy, but he said, no, we're going to fight him.
Okay. And you said I heard somebody beside me, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything else being said at that point?
Before the fight started,
Yes.
well, I heard, I don't know what he said, but the guy in the ball cap said something towards Michael. And
Okay. Did he say something towards Michael or did he say something towards his own friends?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, do you remember testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying to something different?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been a while.
I'm going to hand you up a transcript of your preliminary hearing. And I'll ask you to look at page 24.
Okay.
Okay, and if you can read the first paragraph there.
The first paragraph.
The first paragraph on page 24. Asked when he was saying that stuff, who was he saying that to? And in the context of this, it was when Sam. What happened after you heard those comments?
The fight broke out.
Who was the first person who hit somebody?
Michael.
How long after you were outside did Michael Mosley hit somebody first?
Do you want me to give you a time frame?
Approximately?
I was under the assumption that the whole thing lasted a couple minutes, and it didn't. So I can't tell you how long.
Okay.
It wasn't very long at all.
Okay. So after you saw Michael Mosley throw the first punch, would you say that everything escalated from there?
For sure, yeah.
For sure. Everything escalated from after what Michael Mosley did?
Yeah.
What happened to you just after Michael Mosley hit the man in the plaid shirt?
I don't know if I was pushed or what happened, but my wallet fell on the ground, and I leaned down to pick it up.
Okay. At any time when this was going on, did you see a weapon on the man in the plaid shirt?
I did not.
Did you see any person in the friend group who was with the man in the plaid shirt? How many times did you see Michael Mosley hit the man with the plaid? After you picked them up, what did you do?
I heard.
You get over to where Michael Mosley was.
I did.
And who made that decision for you to get in between them?
I did.
Did you know the extent of anybody's injuries at that point?
Absolutely not.
When you walked away, who was walking away with you?
The people that I arrived there with, myself, Daniel, Michael, and Poppy.
Did y'all all get into the same car?
We did not.
Whose car did you get into?
I got into Daniel's car.
And who else got into Daniel's car?
Michael.
And obviously Daniel too?
Oh yeah, Daniel. Yeah.
Okay. And what about Poppy? Where did he go?
He got into the car behind us.
Okay. And who was in the car behind y'all?
Poppy.
So he left with Poppy.
I'm assuming.
Okay. And what kind of car was it that Daniel was driving that night?
It was a Nissan Altima.
And what kind of car was Poppy driving that night?
I don't know. Car. It looked similar to the one I was in, but different color.
And what color was that?
It was a darkish color. I never seen it in the daylight, so I don't know what color exactly it is, but it was a dark color car.
Okay. Do you remember saying it was a black car at the preliminary hearing?
I mean, it looked pretty black, yeah. I guess you could say that.
Okay. And the kind of car that you were in was what color?
Red, maroon, something like that.
Do you know where Michael Mosley and Poppy went after that?
I do not.
How close were you to Mr. Mosley when he first hit the man in the plaid shirt?
I was directly behind him, I believe.
And how close to Mr. Mosley were you when you were across the street after you picked up your wallet and you were trying to defuse the situation?
I can't say exactly because he was behind me. I don't know how close he was to me.
And at any point during any of these interactions, did you feel like you needed a knife to protect yourself throughout that whole situation?
I didn't, but I wasn't the one that was being attacked by multiple people.
Okay. You were in the same vicinity right by Mr. Mosley during the whole time, correct?
Yes, but I was never
And you-
physically assaulted.
And you did not feel like you needed a knife?
No.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Hi, Ms. Harper. My name's Ken Quillen.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Mr. Mosley did not have his own car at the Dogwood, is that correct?
He did not.
So he was dependent on driving with either Daniel Sevilla or the man you refer to as Poppy.
Yes, sir.
And before Mr. Mosley throws that punch, you were not in a position to see whether Mr. Folks shoved Mr. Mosley, were you?
Not that I recall.
Now, you said the fellow in the plaid shirt, let's call him Mr. Folks, with the baseball cap on backwards. You say he carried on loud enough for everybody to hear,
Sir.
and certainly loud enough for Mr. Mosley to hear.
Yes, sir.
And that was the point of it, wasn't it?
I'm assuming.
You said 5'6", is that right?
Around about. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you're a little taller than Daniel Sevilla, correct?
I am.
And would Mr. Mosley maybe be an inch taller, do you know, or is he the same height as you?
Michael?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
He's shorter than me.
Okay. And the fella you referred to as Poppy, he may be 2 inches taller than you, do you think, or is he slightly taller?
Whenever I was even close enough to compare height, we were pretty much eye level.
I wanted to show you a few pictures on the overhead.
Yes, sir.
This is the second floor R/R.
Give it a second, because it'll probably go out and then come back up. Okay, Mr. Corbin.
You see Daniel Sevilla here,
I do.
and to his right is the fellow you call Poppy,
Yes, sir.
and to the far left there is Michael Mosley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to put an MM above Mr. Mosley. And for the fellow you call Poppy, I'm going to go ahead and put a Sergio. Is that okay? I'm gonna call him Sergio for the purposes of this.
That's what you choose to do.
Poppy is Sergio in this picture.
Okay.
And Daniel Sevilla, right?
Yes, sir.
DS for Daniel. And the young woman sitting in the booth there, that's your back, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a JH to the right of your head. Now, I'm interested in this gentleman right here. Do you remember him?
I don't recall anyone's faces from the other group that night.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. Michael bought you, let me back to that again. Right at 2:04, Michael buys you the first drink there, is that correct?
I think a gentleman had offered to buy me a drink. I know we were at the bar at one point in time ordering a drink.
Well, let's see. Let me give you one from 2:03:09.
Yeah, that's when we ordered.
Okay, and Michael hands you that first drink?
He does.
So, and you had 7 or 8 at the Copacabana, and you had your first drink at this place at 2:03:09. So that was the 8th or 9th drink. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you went to the Copacabana after work? Is
Yes, I
that
did.
right? So what time did you get to the Copacabana?
Roughly around 9, between 9 and
o'clock.
10. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna put an MM on Michael's back, Michael Mosley, okay?
Okay.
And a JH to your right. And we have Daniel Sevilla here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put a DS above him. And I'm gonna write Sergio to this fellow. Otherwise known as Poppy, does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And you, at 2:15:38, you start to buy yourself a beer and then, or a drink, and this gentleman in the short sleeve shirt, he bought you a drink at that time?
Yeah, that's what I was just referring to. I guess that happened afterwards.
Okay, and this is you right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna put a JH by you. And, I guess that's all we need for that. Your Honor, we'll offer this as our next exhibit.
36.
Clarify the exhibit number. Was 36 the video of Sam Foltz?
I had that 35.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This is from the first floor entry camera, 2:47:51 a.m. And you recognize yourself in that photo?
I do.
And this is you right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna draw an arrow and put JH out here.
Okay.
And are you correctly identified?
Yes, sir.
And at the bottom of the stairs, that's Daniel?
Yes, sir.
Daniel Sevilla? I'm gonna put a DS for Daniel. and a JH for you. And ahead of you is Michael Mosley,
Yes.
and an MM for him. Now, if do you remember Michael Mosley followed you out the door, is that correct? Or do you remember?
No, I know he was in front of me because I tried to keep my eye on him.
Okay. You remember that he was going in front of you? Daniel Sevilla.
Oh, Daniel?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought you said Michael.
Oh, yeah.
My mistake. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where the rest of our group was. My eyes were fixed on Michael.
I mean, Daniel's waiting at the bottom of the stairs for you, if I remember correctly. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll offer this as our next exhibit.
Number 37.
Now I'm going to show you a picture from the second floor west patio camera. 48:43 a.m. You remember that?
I do.
And is that you right there?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put a JH. So, well, I'm going to draw a whole line out to the corner. And you know the name of the man in the white hoodie?
I don't.
And is he pointing at you or is he pointing at somebody else in that picture?
I think he's pointing at, 'cause during what I remember of that conversation at that point, I was asking him if we could just go our separate ways, and he was pointing at Mr. Mosley, and he kept talking about, he was there. I mean, there was a fight. I don't know exactly what he was saying because it was very brief, but he was pointing at Michael, yes.
Was he shaking his finger? Do you remember that?
I can't say that because I don't. I mean, like I said, it all happened really fast. So, I mean, I do know that he was in reference to Mosley at that time.
Okay. Now, that's Mr. Mosley right there in the lighter colored, two people standing almost shoulder to shoulder or one behind the other.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to put it in him. It's difficult to see. And he's he's almost standing behind the other fellow, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to
but
shoulder, okay.
at an angle, yes.
And this man here is the one you refer to as Poppy? Or maybe you can't tell.
I can't tell in that picture. I'm sorry.
All right. Do you remember this man over to the right here? You can barely see his finger pointing out there, hand. Do you remember him?
No, like I had stated before, I don't know who those people are, and to be honest, they all kind of looked the same to me, so it'd be hard to tell them apart.
Okay. We'll offer that as the next exhibit.
38.
Ms. Harper, this is from a camera down the street. Take a second and look at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking left to right, is that Michael Mosley on the left?
That appears to be him. Yes.
And to his right in the picture, that would be Poppy or Sergio. Is that correct?
It looks to be what he had on that night. Yeah.
And to the right of Poppy or Sergio is you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to write Harper for you. And this is left to right. And the tall man, do you recognize him?
I do not.
Okay. And he is a good bit taller than you or Mr. Mosley or?
Oh yeah, they all were.
Yeah. All righty. Next photo from this group. And I recognize this is 27 months ago and everybody's drinking and
Yeah.
such. Now, this picture, can you identify yourself here?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
JH for you. And do you remember anybody pushing you? Shoving you?
I can't say exactly who did it, but I remember being really sore the next day.
Okay. Now this photo, you see yourself in this photo?
I do.
And over to the left, that's Michael Mosley, correct?
Yes, sir.
We'll do an MM for Mr. Mosley. And the fellow in the white, do you remember what he was doing at that time?
My back was turned to him.
In that picture, does Mr. Mosley appear to be facing?
Towards me, yes.
Yes. All right. Now this, apparently you're in motion in this photo, correct? You're moving to your right?
Yes.
And this is you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to mark a JH for you. And at this point, blurry, but that's Michael Mosley going to the ground, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to put an MM and an arrow towards Mr. Mosley. And at this point, do you remember, have you seen this man hit Mr. Mosley?
I did.
And when he hit Mr. Mosley, when this gentleman hit Mr. Mosley was looking at you, correct?
From the previous picture, that's what I would assume.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
This is the final picture in this sequence. And Mr. Mosley's on the grass, correct?
Yes.
And that's you right there.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put a JH for you. And there's a gentleman standing over Mr. Mosley, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know his name, do you?
I don't.
And you tried to push him off of Mr. Mosley, didn't you? Keep him from hitting him again?
I did.
Your Honor, we'll offer this as the next.
Number 39.
One moment, Your Honor, please. Ms. Harper, when you and Mr. Mosley and Poppy or Sergio were backing up towards the far side of Division Street to the sidewalk, how many people were facing you?
Excuse me, can you repeat that question?
Well, was it 4 or 5 against 2 men, or what? How many men were attacking Mr. Mosley?
It was a number of them. I don't remember exactly the number. I just remember seeing him be attacked with more than one person on him at a time. And then it seemed to me every time I separated a situation, another escalated.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Harper, you just talked about people attacking Mr. Mosley,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
defendant. Did you see him attacking other people?
I seen when he hit the first guy.
Okay, you saw him attack Sam Folks when Sam Folks didn't hit him or attack him or do anything at that moment, right?
No.
Okay. And you know that Michael Mosley is the person that stabbed Clay Beathard, don't you?
I don't know that. I didn't see that.
Okay, so you didn't see every single thing that happened.
I did.
Hold on one second. You have a response. Go ahead.
He was. The only time I physically with my eyes seen Michael assault anyone that night is when he assaulted the first person.
But you know that after Michael Mosley started this fight with Sam Folks, that 2 people died and 1 person almost died, right?
I do.
Okay. And before any of the attacks that Michael Mosley did, you said you were walking down the staircase before anybody had hit anybody, and you knew that you needed to keep an eye on Michael. Is that right?
Your Honor, may we approach?
So when you were walking down the stairs, your focus was completely on Michael Mosley because you just testified you needed to keep an eye on him. Is that right?
Yeah, that was nothing out of the ordinary.
So you frequently felt like you had to keep an eye on Michael Mosley.
Not in the sense of what you're saying. No, I looked out for him.
Okay. Well, in context of what you're testifying about, when you were up at the top of this, or when you were in the middle of the stairs and you heard Sam Foltz make a statement, just use words, right?
Yes.
You felt it necessary to run up the stairs and take Michael Mosley's hands and say, we're not here for this. And you encouraged them to continue to go down the stairs, right?
Yeah, that was for the benefit of both parties. That wasn't to say that Michael was being aggressive.
Okay. But you said you needed to keep your eye on Michael Mosley. You didn't say you were keeping your eye on...
Because that was my friend.
Okay. Okay. But you felt it necessary to go up there and diffuse a situation at the top of the stairs where you asked Michael Mosley to hold back. Is that right?
I mean, he wasn't being aggressive towards anyone at the top of the stairs that I've seen. I just heard the situation. I walked up the steps and I separated the two to avoid conflict.
So making sure I understand, you went and diffused a situation between Michael Mosley and somebody else because the other person used words, correct?
Yes.
And then as you were going down the stairs, somebody in your group, not Michael Mosley, but you're not sure who, said, we're gonna fight, right?
I thought we were talking about the top of the stairs.
No, I'm asking a different question now.
Okay.
Then you said that you needed to keep an eye on Michael Mosley when you were going down the stairs, correct?
Yeah.
And then once you reached the door,
I kept my eye on him.
Sure.
Naturally.
You said you needed to keep your eye on him, right? And then once you reached the door, you heard somebody in your group, you're not exactly sure who it was, wasn't Michael Mosley, it could have been somebody else in your group, either Mr. Sevilla or Poppy, say, we're gonna fight, right?
Yep.
And then seconds later, Michael Mosley, who was walking arm in arm with Poppy, ended up punching Sam Foltz out of the blue, correct?
I wouldn't say out of the blue, but yeah, he punched him.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please. You can give those transcripts to Miss Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've been going for a little over 2 hours, so it's probably a good time to take a short break, let you all stretch your legs, get you some water or something. Now, y'all know my rule. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, it's about 5 or 10 minutes.
Well, you know, maybe you want to wait till like the fall, when the weather, like November-ish, when their work falls off. Because they can.
I figured the question is how busy is he? And I'm sure he's got all the work he can
Yeah.
handle. So,
Yeah, I would think you get a better deal. Autumn. Maybe.
I don't think he's not around Nashville. Not the way this place is going.
It's the busy.
And it's just, you know, anybody who has any kind of talent, probably would be, you know, they're booked out months ahead.
Hey, where are you parked today?
Third floor.
Third floor, okay, good.
Are you up there?
Yeah. Well, I got strawberries, grapes, and crackers. I have Diet Cokes and
Well, actually, before I could even do that,
He asked for a
yeah.
No,
Well, I can do that, but he attached an email and said,
there you go.
5 guys, and I paid for it. And for Saturday, I paid for that, you know.
I said that, he was that way a lot.
Oh, he made it to him and put, look, he made it to him and put a, return, where he answered, where he opened it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. I mean, I appreciate you. And I paid twice times 20 Monday, you know, to take back to office. So. That's mother texted me a bunch of yesterday, and I said, I just can't pay attention, so maybe I'll kind of listen to them, but, I'll be.
Remain seated. Come to order, please. Quarterback set.
Alrighty, are there any matters that the court needs to take up before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Who's your next witness, gentlemen?
The next witness is Wilson Mccullough.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and line them up. Mr. Well, I say this because I don't want to prevent you from obviously cross-examining witnesses on very relevant issues and introducing very relevant evidence, but are you going to like do an individual review of every picture with every fact witness? And the reason I ask is I look at Rule 403. A lot of these pictures, the individuals in the pictures have already been identified.
Your Honor, from 2:45:45 to say 2:47:20 on the second floor stair top camera, there is so much going on, and we're about done with it, I will say, that I thought it would be helpful to the jury to have a photo of maybe every 2 or 3 seconds, a still photo where they can look at that photo and say, so-and-so's here, so-and-so's there, from the next point. That's why I am doing that.
Well, be very mindful of Rule 403. You want me to read it?
Well, it's all relevant, Your Honor.
Well, but, I may need to read it then. Hold on
Well,
a second.
I mean, I know you're going to suggest that it's repetitive, and to some extent it is, but they are not the same images that I'm introducing.
Well, just be mindful of it. And I think the relevant portion of the rule that I'm referring to, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. And I'm not trying to prevent you from introducing evidence that is relevant to Mr. Mosley's defense. I just don't want us to be in a situation where it's cumulative. That's all I'm saying. Just be mindful of that as you present your evidence.
Well, I think we're near the end of the second floor stair top still photos.
All right. Are they ready?
This one.
Yeah, okay.
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect all the members of the jury are back in the courtroom after that break. And then, General, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The next witness is Wilson Mccullough.
Wilson Mccullough.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Mccullough, could you please state your full name for the record?
Into the Wilson Myers Mccullough.
And could you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Yeah, Willson.
And could you also spell your last name for the court reporter?
Mccullough.
And Mr. McCullough, did you grow up in the Nashville area?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, what part of Nashville?
Franklin.
And where did you go to school here?
For high school Battleground Academy.
And after high school, where did you go to school?
I went to the University of Denver for 1 year, and then I went to the University of Alabama.
And did you graduate from college?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are you doing now?
So right now I'm working in a factory and just pursuing writing aspirations outside of that.
Is writing kind of your main focus?
Yes.
And kind of going back to when you were in high school, did you know Emma Yoder?
Yes.
And when did you meet her?
When did I meet her?
Mm-hmm.
I guess my freshman year of college, or of high school, excuse me.
And did she go to school with you at BGA?
Yes, she did.
And at some point, did you guys start dating?
Yes, we did, briefly.
How long did you date for?
Man, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe a year or a year and a half, maybe.
And after you stopped dating, can you describe your relationship with Miss Yoder? Did your relationship end?
No, not at all. I mean, BGA is a small school, and we're in the same friend group. I mean, I still have a lot of respect for her, and care about her and see her all the time. So she's still a good friend.
And is she still a good friend to you today?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what about the other friends in your friend group? Did you know Sam Folks?
Yeah, I knew Sam well. All right, I know Sam.
And can you describe Sam Folks?
Oh man, he's kind of a clown, but he's a good guy. He's a good athlete, and he cares about his friends.
Is Sam the type of person that would pick a fight?
No.
And what about some of the other friends in your friend group? What about Clay Beathard? When did you meet Clay?
I think it was middle school when he came to BGA.
And can you describe Clay Beathard?
Yeah, I mean, Clay was just kind of the top dog, everyone had a lot of respect for him. He was a great guy, great member of the, BGA community, great athlete, devoted in his religion.
What about his personality?
He's, I guess he's kind of serious, but joking at the same time,
Was he the type of person that would pick a fight?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
And what about Paul Trapini?
Paul was one of my good friends. He's a joker, but again, harmless, not just funny. He wanted to do good things in the world. He wanted to make a difference. He wanted to, make the world a better place.
How long had you known Paul?
For, I guess, since about middle school.
And going back to December 2019, you were in college at that time, is that right?
Correct.
And did you come home for the Christmas holidays?
Mm-hmm.
And that night of December 20th, can you describe what was going on that night?
Yeah, I mean, we were just all getting together. It was a lot of, a lot of us went to different schools. We didn't see each other much. We were just meeting up and having a good time and catching up, and we figured we would go out to bars and, just try to have a good time.
Where did everybody meet up at? Was it at your house?
Yes.
Or I guess your
my
parents'
parents' house, correct.
And what was going on at your parents' house? Were your parents there the entire time?
No, they showed up towards the end of the evening, right as we were about to leave. And we were just hanging out, listening to music,
Were people having
playing
some
cards.
drinks?
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember anything specific about kind of what Paul and Clay were doing? What was their mood and atmosphere when they were at your house?
Just loose and, having a good time. Just having fun.
And you said that your parents showed up at some point, is that right?
Correct.
And then what happened after that?
So they showed up and they actually encouraged us. You know, they were like, "You guys should just hang out here because we're, you know, having a great time. There's no need to leave." But we figured we would go out and, you know, change the scenery, maybe go meet up with some other people. So we went to Midtown, called Ubers, and went to Midtown.
Do you remember where you went first when you got to the Midtown area?
I believe we went straight to Kung Fu Saloon.
Had you ever been there before?
No, that was my first time.
Can you describe Kung Fu Saloon?
It has arcade games going around the side, and it was not very crowded, I don't think, when we were there.
So the bar itself has arcade games inside of it.
Correct.
It's somewhat different than most bars, is that right?
Yes, it's very different.
How long did y'all stay there?
It's tough to say. I mean, you know, obviously the whole night is kind of a blur for me, but maybe an hour, maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour and a half.
And where did you go after?
I believe we went straight to Dogwood.
And what do you remember about being at Dogwood?
So what I remember from being in Dogwood was that we were, you know, I remember going there and it was kind of like an unplanned reunion almost. You know, there was a lot of people that I hadn't seen in a long time. So my memory was just kind of going around, you know, catching up with different people and having a good time talking about whatever it may be, catching up. And then, do you want me to like keep going?
Well, so you said that it was like kind of like a reunion. Were there a bunch of other people there that had gone to BGA in the past?
Yes, there's people that had gone to BGA in the past.
And so there are people from different grades, not just your grade and your group that you went with.
Correct.
What was the mood of everybody when you were at Dogwood?
Like, I mean, like what you'd expect at a reunion, you know, just like everyone was kind of cheerful, happy, good to see you, what are you up to, you know?
Which obviously something happened that night, but prior to anyone leaving Dogwood, was there anything that stood out to you about that night out of the ordinary?
No.
And can you describe when you left Dogwood? And I want to ask you really specifically about in December 2019, so right after this happened, what did you remember happening when you left Dogwood?
Yeah, so up until, you know, I'd been shown any photos or anything like that, my memory was that I actually thought I walked out after the crowd had left. And I thought I walked out with my friend Campbell and we saw, you know, an altercation, we saw pushing and shoving, so we ran down trying to, you know, help our friends out if they were involved or break it up or do whatever we could. And then I kind of remember like someone getting knocked over maybe, and then like looking around, you know, just making sure everyone's okay, and then kind of running across the street after the you know, attackers. And then I came across the street, or then I walked back to my friends. You know, we didn't realize anything serious had happened. We were just kind of, you know, walking back like, oh, that was pretty crazy. And then we get over across the street and, you know, it's very serious all of a sudden.
So did you see anything happen to Paul or Clay?
No.
And in 2019, right after this happened, your memory was that the scuffle was already underway when you came outside.
Correct.
Did you remember that you had been hit during that scuffle?
No.
And you said that you didn't see anything happen with Paul or Clay. What did you see, and how did you find out about what happened to Clay?
Well, I guess you know, obviously there was commotion, and I heard, you know, just people saying, oh, these people have been stabbed, your friends have been stabbed, whatever. But I didn't really see, or kind of, it didn't register, I guess, maybe until I saw one of them on the stretcher. I might have seen Clay on the ground, and I think I saw Paul on the stretcher. And that's when I was like, you know, whoa.
When you first heard somebody say that somebody's been stabbed, what did you think that meant?
I don't know. It's, I was like, maybe like I don't know. I mean, I didn't really think it was anything serious. Again, it seemed very like, what do you mean someone's stabbed? Like, no way, someone's stabbed right now. Like, it was surreal, I guess is the word I would use to describe it.
When did you find out what actually happened to Clay and Paul?
Oh, you mean that they had passed away or that they had been stabbed?
That they passed away because they had been stabbed.
I was on the phone with Carter Trapini in the hospital, and I think I stepped out of the waiting room, and I took the phone call, and that's when I learned that they had passed away.
Do you remember talking to Detective Beavis about a week after this happened?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe, when you talked to Detective Beavis, what had been going on during that time? I mean, kind of what state of mind were you in?
Just, again, like, you're walking in a dream, like, you're all of a sudden, coming home for Christmas break, you're seeing your friends, you're coming to town for the holidays, it's a very cheerful time, and then all of a sudden you're going to funerals, you're hanging out at the hospital, you're crying, you're comforting friends, it was like just unreal. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. And then I think those interviews were right after the funerals, so
And
it's just like, it's, you're just walking like, pinch me, what's going on.
And when Detective Beavis interviewed you, did he show you any of the video from outside or inside the bar that night?
He showed me photos, yes, and those photos like kind of proved my memory. What I thought I knew up until that point was not accurate.
And were those photos, they were still photos, is that right?
Correct.
Was that of everybody kind of standing outside the doorway?
I believe one was from the stair as we're walking down the stairs, and one was from like a street view, yes.
And so after he showed you the photos, I guess, what, if anything, did that kind of do for your memory?
I mean, it just makes you, it makes you question yourself a lot. It makes you, you're like, wait, at these memories that I thought I had, clearly they're wrong, because this is photo evidence that says they're wrong. It's kind of, it's just hard to comprehend,
Did you remember being there when Mr. Folks was hit?
No.
And after you saw that photo, you realized that you were, is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't have any independent memory of that, is that right?
Correct.
And Detective Beavis, he just showed you those still photos, is that correct?
To my memory, yeah.
When was the first time that you saw any video from the incident itself?
November of this past year.
And was that just the video from outside the bar?
Yes.
And was it a fairly short clip that you saw?
Yeah, sure.
When was it that you've ever been able to see video from inside the bar and kind of the complete video of outside the bar?
Not until the last few days.
And after seeing that video, does it make you have a clear memory of everything that happened?
No, I mean, it's by no means clear still. I mean, I guess you start to get almost like flashbacks of stuff that comes back from the night, but even then, all that I've been able to kind of remember is just standing around that long, like chest-high table, and just like kind of going from friend to friend, just kind of catching up.
Do you want to be able to remember more?
Sure, yeah. I mean, why not?
Can you describe that night? Everybody's drinking. How much did you have to drink?
I probably had a significant amount. I mean, I don't think the trauma of the incident was the only thing blurring my memory.
And can you explain what you mean by that?
I was probably significantly intoxicated.
So you think that has something to do with why you don't remember it super clearly?
Yes.
And then you said that was in addition to the trauma. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that has affected me long past just that night, you know, I mean, and just that initial shock of, you know, your friends have died. It's something that it's hard to shake, you know, it's hard to go out in public and feel normal. It's hard to be around people you don't know, around strangers, around, you know, you may have a conversation and you don't know what this person may do next. You know, something like it's a lasting effect.
And has that affected your ability to remember some of the details of that night?
Yeah.
Which you have seen video, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to show this witness what has been previously introduced as exhibit number 11 in its file folder. I believe it's 11. Mr. Mccullough, do you see yourself?
Hold on, okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Mccullough, do you see yourself in this image?
Yes.
And just for the court record, it is at 02:38 and now 15 seconds. Which you can touch your screen and your screen will make a mark. Can you just point out where you are?
The one with the back to the camera.
And who are you talking to?
My friend Campbell Parker.
Now, do you recall anything about your and Campbell's conversation?
No.
Do you see any of your other friends in the image?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's Clay leaning on the edge of the table. I think he's talking to Emma right there. I think that might be AJ right to his right. That might be Sam behind them. I think it's a little difficult to make out.
And have you just walked over on the other side of Emma?
Yes.
Which again, you've described that you remember being with your friends around a long table, talking, catching up. Was there anything else that happened inside that bar that stood out to you that night?
Not that was significant, no.
And do you know what's kind of going on right now with your friend group? Do you remember?
Not at all, no. I don't remember, but it looks like we're just talking.
Do you have any specific memory of talking to anyone outside of your friend group in the bar that night?
No, I don't.
And can you describe back then, before this happened, your personality? Was it something where you would talk to people that you didn't know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if I was, you know, under the influence of alcohol, I would talk to anyone, you know. I'd try to be friendly, try to just, you know, make friends. I don't know.
So that wouldn't have been unusual for you to talk to someone that you didn't know at all?
Not at all, no. Common, if anything. You know, maybe I'd do it more often, you know, because I already know all my friends, and so I'd go talk to other people.
Which I am going to fast forward a little bit.
Just water.
Yeah, there you go.
Paula, do you know what's happening at this point at 2:41:35?
No, I mean, it looks like we're just joking around. Paul is entertaining.
But did you remember this happening before you saw this
No, I did not.
And I am going to fast forward a little bit further. Now we're at 2:42 and 30 seconds. Do you remember what you're seeing yourself do in this video? Can you describe what you're doing?
It looks like I'm talking to Mr. Mosley.
Do you remember that at all?
Not at all.
And I have moved up to 2:40. Can you describe what you see yourself doing in this video segment?
Well, it looks like I'm talking to Mr. Mosley and one of his friends or associates. I don't know.
Do you remember this conversation at all?
Not at all.
And it appears that at some point, I guess you've kind of motioned over to Emma Yoder, which, just based off of knowing yourself, what, if anything, might you have been talking to Mr. Mosley about?
You know, he could have asked me maybe about her, and I could have just been saying, yeah, she's great, she's cool, you know, whatever.
Would you have directed him to do anything?
I don't think so.
And do you remember this event actually happening?
No.
And kind of anything about this interaction, did that stick out to you at the time at all?
Not at the moment, no.
I am now going to open Exhibit 11, file folder, which is the video of this staircase. And Mr. McCullough, do you see yourself in the video from the stairs?
Yes, it looks like I'm right there in the front.
And do you remember anything that's being said by anyone?
No, not at all.
Which, kind of knowing what happened when the detective is asking you about that night, if there was something, I guess, kind of pertinent, would you have told the detective about it?
Yeah, I mean, if I had remembered anything, I would have disclosed it.
Did that seem like a pretty normal event of just leaving the bar to go outside?
Yeah, absolutely.
I am now showing Exhibit 11, Folder 7. Mr. McCullough, do you see yourself in this video image?
Yeah.
And is this part of the still photos that Detective Beavis showed you at some point?
It appears to be the same, from the same camera.
And is this what you described of not realizing that the fight had not started before you were already outside before the fight started?
Yes.
And again, you said that you don't have an independent memory of this. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes. Yes, I just got shoved. I just missed, and then I got hit.
But after this happened, you didn't actually remember getting hit. Is that right?
Correct.
Now I want to back up just a little bit. right here at that moment, are you able to see yourself in the video?
Yes, you want me to touch the screen?
Yes, please.
I think.
And what are you doing right here, Mr. Mccullough?
It looks like I'm trying to help my friends out after they were attacked
And helping them out how?
by defending them.
So are you actually swinging at Mr. Mosley?
It appears so.
And do you remember that happening?
No.
Which were you able to see yourself in that video clip?
Yes.
And what is happening to you in that video?
Well, it appears like I'm, entangled up with Mr. Mosley. I was trying to hit him. It doesn't appear like I maybe did, and then I got pushed out of frame.
And I am showing Exhibit 11, Folder 6. Fast forward to about a minute into the video. Mr. Mccullough, are you able to see yourself there in that video?
Yes.
And can you press the screen and indicate where you are? And do you know who is there with you?
I believe it's David Bates.
And can you press the screen and show where you are
Sorry, I kind of was watching a different area. Oh, yeah, right. You want me to, right over here. We're moving away now.
And so you're over on that dogwood
Right, like over here.
of the sidewalk. Are you able to tell who's there with you?
Not exactly, no.
Do you remember seeing Paul and Clay walk across that street?
No, I don't.
And do you see yourself doing anything right now? Would you like for me to back that?
Yes, sorry. Oh yeah, so there it appears I'm kind of jogging across the street.
And is that something that you remember doing?
Kind of vaguely, yes.
And where did you go?
I kind of chased, I followed them into the parking lot or where they were getting into their vehicle.
Do you remember seeing anybody get into the vehicle?
I remember seeing two people get into the vehicle.
And then eventually, did you come back over to the area of the sidewalk where the dogwood bar is?
Yes, and then I walked across the sidewalk.
When was it that you realized what happened to AJ with
Oh, age? Not until, I guess maybe when we got to the hospital. I believe he was in the hospital as well. I don't know. It was a little after the fact. I didn't realize that it happened until later.
So while you're at the actual scene of where everything's happening, you don't even know what's happened to Asia.
Correct.
Which, Mr. McCullough, you identified Mr. Mosley in that video. Did you know him prior
No, I did not.
to this happening?
No.
And again, you said that you don't remember any of those conversations with him.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. I don't have anything else.
Okay, Mr. Quillen?
Mr. McCullough, if I understand you correctly, your independent memory of the events of that day are just unreliable.
Correct.
Going back to December of 2019, how much did you weigh back then?
If I had to ballpark, maybe 170,
And how tall are you?
about 5'10" or 5'11".
5'10". And David Bates was at your house on the evening of the 20th, correct?
Correct.
And he's a really big guy, correct?
If you would like to describe him that way, yeah. He's
Well,
pretty big.
6'5" tall, isn't he?
Sure.
And he went to Christ Presbyterian as opposed to BGA.
Yes.
Now, your relationship with Emma Yoder, you were dating her as late as August of 2014, correct?
I'm not exactly sure. That was a long time ago.
Well, that would have been right before your junior year or 11th grade year.
Sounds correct.
And did the relationship terminate then, or the 11th grade?
I mean,
or
I
12th
guess
grade,
in
or-
a intimate way, but not in a friendship way, not in like a friendly way.
Okay. Well, I mean, when did you stop calling her your girlfriend?
I couldn't give you an exact time. I mean, I guess somewhere around that time period.
Okay. And she broke up with you?
I probably.
And so she goes to the University of Colorado at Boulder, and you go to the University of Denver?
Right out of high school, correct?
Okay. And were you hoping to rekindle the romance with Ms. Yoder?
Not particularly. I mean, we were still friends, and we had similar interests in the fact that we were both drawn to those schools.
Okay. Now, did you play football at Battleground Academy?
I did for 1 year,
1 year. Which year?
my senior year.
Senior year. And what position did you play?
I was like an outside linebacker.
And did you play baseball?
I did.
You were a third baseman?
I was an outfielder.
Outfielder. Now, to your get together on the evening of the 20th, do you remember what time your guests arrived?
No.
You still sober at that point?
Yes, I was still sober. Paul was the first of my friends to arrive. It's tough to say exactly a time, but maybe anywhere from 6 to 8 p.m.
Okay. So, well, let me ask you about Mr. Beathard. Now, is it fair to say that Mr. Beathard was only lightly intoxicated? Or do you know enough to even make that evaluation?
No, I couldn't say how intoxicated he was.
So, and you don't have any memory of you and Mr. Beathard laughing at Mr. Folks, how intoxicated he was?
No.
All right, I'm going to show you a still from 235-43. .235-43 7/4 stair top camera. And I'll show you a closer one in a second, but that's you, Mr. McCullough, right there.
It appears so.
And to your right, Clayton Beathard.
I actually don't. I can't identify if that's Clay or not.
Okay. And Samuel Folks over here.
That appears to be Sam.
And Mr. Bethurn right here.
That appears to be AJ.
All right, I'm gonna go to a little tighter shot and you can identify. Okay, I'm gonna put a WN for you right here. Is that?
Sounds good.
All right. And an SF for Sam Folks over here.
Okay.
Does that look accurate to you?
It does.
Okay. And, all right, we'll offer this as an exhibit. Collective.
All right, number 40.
Now I want to show a video starting at 2:35:43 a.m. marked as DFTID 8. Not yet. Okay. All right, it appears you're talking to Mr. Beathard, correct? And Sam Folks comes around and gives you a shove.
That does look like Sam.
And then Mr. Folks wandered, well, let me wait a second. Doing a little pushing. Then Mr. Beathard, you and Mr. Beathard laugh at Mr. Folks, how intoxicated he is. Mr. Beathard doubles over laughing. Is that a fair characterization?
Again, I have no idea what was said in that conversation, but it appears to be the person I'm talking to is laughing.
Okay, all right. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Number 41.
Moving on to the fight, Mr. McCullough, and you don't have any independent memory, and without pictures, you just can't say what you did or didn't do.
Correct. I don't have any independent memories.
Okay. And you don't remember a man holding Mr. Mosley in a chokehold and you hitting him at that time?
I don't remember that.
All right. Now, towards the latter part of the fight outside, do you remember David Bates grabbing you and holding you off?
No, I don't remember that.
And the Sunday after this incident, 8 days later, Sunday, December the 29th, you remember being out on the VGA campus, correct?
Correct.
And you were sober that day.
Correct.
And Detective Beavis asked you specifically if you observed inside the Dogwood Bar any interactions between Mr. Mosley and your group.
Correct. Yeah.
And you didn't say I was too drunk to remember, did you?
I'd have to listen to the exact audio recording again to tell you what I said. Again, I mean, it was a very busy time with a lot of trauma, a lot of grieving, a lot of things you don't want to do. And so it's tough to say exactly what I said in a conversation.
Let's play defendant ID, DFT ID 22, audio only.
Interaction between the person that was arrested for this and anyone in your group or anyone in his group.
Yeah, you want me to just tell you what I remember? 'Cause it's really, from talking to everyone else, I think mine might still be the least helpful. But
Well, that's fine. This
yeah. So I just all I remember, I didn't see anything happen inside the bar. I didn't see anyone get approached.
Interaction between
That's it. We'll offer that as our next exhibit, Your Honor.
42.
Let's see. Was that DFT? Was that 22? And if I may have a moment. No, that's all we have. Let me gather up that. Two of them I gotta put in.
Yeah, number 41, I believe, was the video, DFT ID 8, if I'm not mistaken.
And
That should be
22.
41. 42 should be DFT ID 22, that's the audio interview. I have photo was 40. Right, photo was 40. Then he had DFT ID 8, that was the video. I thought, was that not a video? Lisa says it was a video, DFT 40, number 41. Yeah. Okay, have you concluded your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
All right, thank you. Anything to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCullough. You may step down,
Thank
take
you.
your time, watch your step. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, there is an issue if we might approach.
Yes.
And prior to working at the Dogwood in Nashville, did you have any specialized first responder training?
Yes, I was a deputy in Kentucky for a period of time. We went through basic, self-defense techniques and basic medical life rescue classes and techniques.
Okay. I want to call your attention to December 20th, 2019 and into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what you were doing for Dogwood on that day?
At that time, I was working as head of security, doing my basic duties, making sure that everybody was okay, making sure that my guys were okay. We shut down the place properly and, just normal security night.
Okay. What time does the bar close?
So the bar closes by 3 a.m. That means everybody has to be out. Typically lights are up at 2:30, and we, give a warning, tell everybody to start leaving, and then 2:45 we give a hard push and start getting everybody out to meet that 3 a.m. deadline.
Okay. And if somebody were to try to come into the bar around 2:30, 2:45, what would y'all do?
Typically, it is no reentry after 2:30. However, it's a case-by-case basis. If they speak to the door guy, such as, "Hey, man, I need to run my keys out to a friend," or they left their phone or something of that nature, access may be granted back inside the bar. But typically, after 2:30, nobody is allowed in.
And is there anything that the staff does in particular right at closing time?
Yes. Once everybody is out of the bar is secured. I do a walkthrough, make sure that nobody is, lingering in bathrooms and stuff like that. Doors are locked, and we start pulling trash cans and begin our closing duties for the night.
Did you notice anything inside the bar that night that drew your attention?
No, ma'am. My security staff is very prideful on being proactive rather than reactive. We walk around in Rome and make sure that everything is good to go, and if anything does arise, it ends quickly. That night was a very smooth night altogether. No physical altercations, no verbal altercations that got our attention whatsoever.
If you had seen something out of the ordinary inside of the bar that made you feel like things were going awry, what would you all have done?
Well, if it's a verbal altercation, then myself and or other security guards would interject, separate both parties. If it's a pretty heated argument, then we would just ask both parties to leave. Typically, our rule of thumb, if it's a verbal altercation to that point or a physical altercation, the rule is one party goes out, one exit. We hold the second party until the first party is left, and we bring the second party out and we take them out the second exit. But like I said, there was nothing of that nature that night.
Okay. So after everyone was out of the bar, did you notice anything that drew your attention?
Yes. While I was beginning my closing duties, I had heard that there was an altercation beginning outside. I remember looking out there and not really seeing much, much as in it didn't look really threatening, if you will. Looked like just like a bunch of people, pushing and shove each other. Nothing too crazy. So I just, continued on with my closing duties.
Did you think you needed to go out there and defend anybody from getting hurt?
Absolutely not. What I saw was, a bunch of people, like I said, pushing and shoving each other. There might have been a punch thrown, but there was never a point in my mind where I had hoped that somebody was able to defend themselves due to life-threatening altercation. It was nothing like that. It is not uncommon to see altercations outside once bars close, whether it be us or from another bar. Legally, we are not allowed to get involved in anything like that. However, as a human being, if there was anything that was ever life-threatening, I myself and my staff would have stopped anything that was going on.
And again, you didn't see anything that you felt like needed to be.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did you ever see anybody with a weapon?
No.
When did you become aware that the situation actually was a very dangerous situation?
So I was upstairs, continuing my closing duties. At some point, I had heard that somebody had gotten stabbed, to which I responded and ran outside. I now know that was Dave Hangley letting one of the managers know that somebody was stabbed and to call 911. So I began to run outside. Dave Hangley was already on the ground working on, now that I know, Clay Beathard. I went over and asked Dave if he was okay, if he needed anything. And then he said, "No, I'm fine. Go check on that guy over there." I looked up, and then I had seen what I now know as Paul laying in the alleyway.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you interacted with Paul Trapani?
Yes. So once I got over there, there was a crowd of people around him, obviously his friends, trying to wake him up and stand him up and stuff like that. I physically removed a couple people in a non-malicious way, obviously. I went down. I asked him if he could tell me his name. He gave no response. I began examining him to the best of my ability. I seen obviously copious amounts of blood, at which time I lifted up his jacket and shirt and began to do a body sweep to try to find where the blood was coming from. At which point I found about an 1.5-inch laceration right here around his diaphragm area. At which time I began to apply pressure. I instructed another security guard to go get me some towels. I continued to talk to Paul, told him, "Hey man, it's going to be okay, I'm here with you." I instructed one of his friends to hold his head and keep talking to him. During this whole process, he began to vomit a little bit. So I had everybody roll him on his side, kind of. Once my security guard came over
Can I
with
ask you to pause there for just a moment?
Yes.
You said that you were talking to Mr. Trapani
Mm-hmm.
Before he was rolled over onto his side. Was he able to respond to you in any way or communicate with you at all?
Absolutely not. The only response that I got was that he had looked at me. Me and him were looking eye to eye. Very shallow breaths, no verbal response whatsoever. There was no real, he didn't grab up and reach for me or anything like that. He was just there, kind of lifeless.
And you said that you rolled him over on his side?
Yes, I rolled him over on his side because I didn't want him to asphyxiate on his vomit. Once my security guard grabbed the towels for me, we call it a speedball. Basically, it's usually used for gauze, but basically you make a very tight ball and you pack it into the wound and you keep packing to try to stop the bleeding or clot whatever is in there. So I tried making a speedball and I began to put it inside of Paul and his laceration. However, the towel was just too thick to make a proper speedball. So what I did was pulled it out, wrapped the towel around my hand, and I stuck my fingers inside of the wound cavity. And at that time, we rolled him back on his back. I noticed that he was still losing a lot of blood. I'm continuing to talk to him through this entire process. "Hey, Paul, you're going to be okay. Stay with us. You're going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay." At which time, at some point, I should say, I took one of his legs and propped it up on my knee. I was kind of standing in a kneeling position. I had one knee up, and I propped his left leg on my left knee to try to circulate some more blood to his core. Still, like I said, no response from him. as it started to progress into the night, waiting for Metro to arrive, I don't really, I don't know the medical term, but whenever somebody passes away, they give one last breath, and it's more of a groan rather than a breath. And whenever I was looking at Paul, trying to talk to him, try to keep his, spirits up, he let out that groan, at which time I felt that he had passed away. I obviously still waited for Metro to arrive. Once they did arrive, I told one of the officers, kind of, in secret, if you will. Not really in secret, but, I didn't want to freak anybody out. I had informed one of the Metro officers that I had thought that Paul had passed away because he let out that groan and he was very flushed, and there was no more response as far as, him looking at me anymore. So.
How were Mr. Trapani's friends reacting during this time?
It is a very chaotic situation. A lot of screaming, yelling, crying, obviously, as they should. Once Metro arrived and EMS got there, obviously they took over the scene. They're all trying to console each other. It is a very, very chaotic situation. I had instructed my security guards and all other staff that was outside to get inside so we are not in the way of Metro and EMS. I do remember whenever I was walking inside, there was another individual sitting on our planters that had a laceration over his eye. But EMS was already working on him, so there was no need for me there.
And are there video cameras at Dogwood?
There are a lot of video cameras.
I could have just 1 minute. Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay. Cross-examination, Mr. Fuller?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome to step in.
Yes, ma'am.
This is probably a good time for us to break for lunch. We'll go ahead and let you break for lunch. And do I need to repeat the rule? That y'all know it by heart? Okay, all right.
All rise.
Okay. Are there any issues that the board needs to look into over the lunch break? Any evidentiary issues that I need to research?
Not here, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Y'all think, about 45 minutes is enough time?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as I nod my head, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
any way I could get in the back hallway to just set that vending machine? She was sorry.
Jan went to go get a drink. Jan? Yes, she's like, she's waiting on her. She went back there to get her a drink. Do you need anything from back there? Drink, back there? I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much. Are you doing okay? I'm doing good, Jan. You're okay. Okay, I think I might as well go on and move to tomorrow's document. What do you guess? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I think so. We still got quite a few. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yes, the question, the answer is yes, right? Yeah. Yeah, for tomorrow, for sure. I might as well move to tomorrow's docket there, Jan? Yes. The answer is a definite yes.
Wow.
May I ask you a question? It's not related to the trial.
Sure.
So, y'all wearing masks on the bench, is that by preference or is that mandated by the
I
state?
think no, it's not it's by the judge. She,
Oh,
it's her
okay.
preference, her
Okay.
instructions. All the court officers and the court personnel are still wearing, but she gave the attorneys and people coming into the courtroom the option.
Okay, so that could vary by courtroom then?
Yes,
The
it does.
presiding
It does
judge.
vary by courtroom.
Okay.
A lot of the court personnel still wear
Yeah,
wear the mask.
by choice or
No.
by
By the directive of the judge.
still, yeah, okay. Well, I guess anybody can wear one by choice.
Yeah. Mhm.
some apples in the cooler.
I'll have that for supper going on.
Okay.
Now she with me tonight. Just asked me what I wanted.
Remain seated. Come to order, please.
Hey, bud. Yeah, but my grandmother called me the other night. She said, "Well, baby, I saw you on TV, but your hair looked out of place." I said, "I'm gonna talk to Bud about that."
There you go.
Everybody, y'all finished eating lunch? I came in just a few minutes early. I don't think it's quite 45 minutes yet, but I figured y'all were ready. Y'all were pretty.
I'm still looking for my pen, Your Honor.
You need it? I got one. There.
Gunner, may I travel for a road trip?
Yep. We got time.
Very important to see road trip.
I took 2 road trips.
I'm gonna say the defendant's name.
Don't do it.
Who waved the picture at Tracy that time.
No, too should.
Oh,
Yeah, the one that sat down, he's the one that road trip rule guy.
Was the re-
Got to replace just for that. Yeah, pick that picture of shit. Be careful when I put it in.
Oh, Mosely. Who's your next witness, General Jessica?
our next witness is Miriam Mendoza.
Okay. Mr. Barley.
Yeah.
Now, I guess we'll see. We still got y'all ready to? Yeah, are there any issues that I need to address before I bring the jury back in?
Not that I know of, y'all.
One of these days, I'm gonna regret asking that question. All right. Let me give the state just a couple of minutes. We're probably not quite at. That clock is slow. I think that clock is just slow. I think it slows down. I think it's not on the clock. Yeah. Yes, wait. All right, y'all
All
ready?
rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury are present and accounted for, and we're back after the lunch break, and, y'all ready to resume? Okay. We're back from lunch and ready to resume, and I'm sure that everybody adhered to the court's rule. All right. Okay, Jen, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Miriam Mendoza.
Okay, Miriam Mendoza.
And Your Honor, we'll use the computer
Okay.
screen for her testimony.
Ma'am, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Mendoza. Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Miriam Mendoza, Miriam Mendoza.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I've been living here in Tennessee for 25 years. I live in Smyrna, and I'm an owner for a painting company.
Okay. I want to call your attention back to December of 2019. Can you tell the jury what type of vehicle you used to drive back then?
Black Cherokee, 2014.
Okay, and specifically, I'm going to call your attention back to December 20th of 2019, going into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes,
Did you and a group of your friends go out that night?
we did.
Okay, and where did y'all go?
The Dogwood bar.
Okay, and did y'all start out at the Dogwood Bar, or did you go somewhere else first?
We went somewhere else first.
And who were some of the people who were with you that night?
Jorge, Claire Beth, Ivan, and Mario.
Okay, and you said that you went somewhere first. Where did you go?
Las Cazuelas, to have dinner with my family first.
Okay, and then after that you said that you went to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes.
While you were at the Dogwood Bar, about how long were y'all there?
I'm not sure, a few hours, maybe 3 to 4 hours, still close.
Okay. Were y'all having a good time?
We were, yes.
Just kind of hanging out near the holidays?
Yes, we were just with each other before Christmas.
Okay. And what area of the bar were you mostly hanging out in?
I think it was the second floor, in this outside area they had.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did you see anything out of the ordinary while you were at the bar?
No.
I'm talking about while you were inside the bar. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any fights in between anybody?
Inside?
Yes.
No.
Anybody raising their voice or anything like that?
No.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
At some point, when it was about closing time, were you all deciding to leave?
Yes.
And when you decided to leave, who was driving your car?
Jorge, my brother-in-law.
Okay. And is his last name Gardea?
Yes.
Jorge Gardea?
Jorge Gardea.
Okay. So did he go get the car?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you all do while he was getting the car?
We were waiting for him outside. Before going outside, I believe we went to the bathroom and said our goodbyes to other friends, and we headed outside.
Okay. Were you standing outside for a little bit waiting on him?
Yes.
About how long?
Honestly, I don't remember. Maybe 10 minutes or less.
Okay. And about the time that he pulled up, did something happen that drew your attention to it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
When we were outside, we were saying our goodbyes, and when I was going inside the car, I saw a fight that kind of pushed some of my friends because it hit my car.
Okay. Can you tell the jury exactly what you saw during that fight that hit your car?
Yeah, I just saw people pushing each other. I don't recall hearing anything, but I'm pretty sure I did. I just can't remember anything right now. But I saw people shoving and pushing, and that's it.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to exhibit number 11, video number 12. And Ms. Mendoza, have you had an opportunity to look at this video?
Yes.
Okay. And can you touch your screen and show where your car is on the video?
Right here.
And do you recognize anybody in the video right now that you see?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So we're going to start playing the video, and if you see anybody you recognize, let us know.
That's Mario.
Okay. Can you
Right
point
here.
to where Mario is? Okay.
Yeah. That's Claire Beth as well.
If you can touch the screen.
She's like over here.
Okay. And you said that's Claire Beth?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see yourself in the video?
Yes.
Where are
Right
you?
here.
Okay. I'm gonna back up the video just a little bit. And if you could tell us the first time you see yourself. Is this you right here?
Right here, yes.
Okay.
Trying to break the fight.
Can you tell us what's happening?
Yeah, that's when I was saying my goodbyes, and I just heard the commotion and saw everybody fighting.
Okay. Did you get pushed?
I did when I was trying to break the fight.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you did when you were trying to break up the fight?
I was just pushing people from each other.
Okay. And so you were pushing back on people, people were pushing back on you.
Yes.
Kind of a chaotic.
I mean, I'm short, so
Me
everybody
too.
was taller than me, and
Yeah.
when I was trying to break the fight, I got pushed to the car.
Okay.
A little bit.
And I'm gonna push play on here again, and if you can narrate for the jury what you see yourself doing. I think this is you still behind the pole.
Right here.
Is this you?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you're doing.
I'm looking for my brother-in-law, Jorge Gardea,
Okay.
because he was in the driver's side, and I didn't see him inside the car.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just walking, just looking for him, and a friend of mine said that he was on the side of the car, and I said, no, I know he's over there. I turned around to talk to them, to my friends, and then that's when I saw my brother-in-law
Okay.
in the fight.
So we just saw you run across the street. Was that
Yes.
you who just ran across the
Yes.
street? Okay. And why did you run across the street?
That's when I realized my brother-in-law was there. He was also trying to break the fight.
Okay. And then what did you see when you got over there?
Just they were shoving and still fighting, but my brother-in-law was trying to separate. I think he fell on the floor at that moment.
Okay, so you actually saw your brother-in-law get pushed
Yes.
as well. Okay.
No, I didn't see him get pushed. I saw him on the ground.
Okay, so you're not sure how that happened.
No.
Okay. And if we could push play again. And if you could tell the jury what you remember happening in this moment.
I just remember just the fight. It was chaos at that moment.
And now is this you coming back across the street?
Yes.
Who's with you?
Mario and Ivan.
Okay, and which one is Yvonne?
This one right there.
Okay, and then would Mario be to his right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. After you got your group together, did y'all get into your vehicle?
We did.
And did y'all go home?
No, we went to after.
Oh, you went to another place. Eventually, did you all go home that night?
Yes.
Okay, who all was in your car?
Jorge, Gardea, Clarabeth, Mario, Ivan, and me.
Okay. Now, seeing from the video, you were close by when the fight broke out right outside the bar, and then you were also across the street.
Yes.
Did you ever hear anybody threaten another person?
No.
Did you ever see anybody with a weapon?
No.
Did you ever see anybody bleeding?
I didn't see anybody bleeding, but I remember seeing like spots of blood on the sidewalk.
On the sidewalk. Did there ever come a time where you thought somebody was going to need to use deadly force in order to save themselves?
No, I didn't think the fight was that serious for someone to get stabbed.
Did you ever felt like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No.
Did you ever feel like you needed a weapon so that you could protect your cousin who had fallen down on the ground across
No.
the street? After that night, were you contacted by the police?
Yes,
And why did they contact you?
because of my car.
So did they indicate to you that they were able to identify your car as being there on that night?
Yes,
Did you cooperate with the police and allow them to search your car?
I did, and they also searched my house.
Do you know any of the people who are involved in this case?
No,
And when was it that you found out that people died
I think
out
it
there
was
that night?
I think it was the next day when the police came to my house.
And what was your reaction when you found out that this incident that you were right up close and personal with?
I was very shocked and sad about what had happened
And why were you shocked?
because I didn't think it was that serious for someone to die over that. It was, I don't know, I didn't see it that way.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, Mr. Clark?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Mendoza. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please.
Thank you.
Take your time. Thank you. General,
Your Honor, the state calls Jorge Gardea.
Jorge Gardea.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So watch your step as you go down.
Hello.
Scoot your chair forward just a little
Okay,
bit.
okay.
Mr. Gardea, would you please state your first and last name and spell both of those for the record?
Jorge Gardea, Jorge, and the last name Gardea, Gardea.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I live in Nashville, and I've been here for like 20 years, and I just work in Nashville.
Okay. I want to call your attention to the night of December 20th and to the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Do you remember that day?
I just remember we were at the bar with some friends, and then when we were about to leave, I was on the car driving, waiting for them to get in, like just to leave, and that's when a fight break out.
Okay. I want to back up just a little bit from that. When you did you go to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were there, were you hanging out with a group of your friends?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, about 5 other friends and plus yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And about how long were y'all there?
Probably we got there about like 12:30 until close. It was like maybe like an hour. Like from 12:30 until like they closed, maybe like 2 hours and a half. I don't know. It was.
So that whole time that you were there, did you see anything out of the ordinary while you were inside the bar?
No, ma'am.
And you said that at closing time y'all were leaving.
Yes, ma'am.
And you went and got your sister-in-law's car?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you pull up right in front of the bar?
Yeah, right in front. It was like another car, and then when the car left, I just back up the car a little bit. Yeah.
And did something out of the ordinary happen then?
Nothing. I was just waiting for them to get in the car and then just leave. And then they were taking a long time like to get in the car because they were talking with like the people outside, and that's when all of a sudden like they start fighting.
Can you tell the jury exactly what you saw when people started fighting?
I was inside the car, so when I got out of the car to see, because I thought that my friends were the ones involved on the fight, and then I saw just like people fighting, and
Okay.
but I really don't know what happened. Just like saw people fighting.
Understood.
Yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to review some surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if we could turn the computer screen on. When you reviewed the video, were you able to see where you were?
Yes.
Okay, and if you can, in just a minute, it's going to pop up on your screen.
All right.
Can you point at the vehicle when it pops back up? Can you point at the vehicle that you were driving?
Well, it's the black car right there.
Okay,
The
and
black
you can touch your screen
Okay.
and
Yep.
it'll show
That
everybody
one
what
right
you're
there.
talking about. Okay? So that was the vehicle, and we're gonna go ahead and push play. And if you can tell us what you see, when's the first time you see yourself in this video?
See, that's when I moved the car a little bit. That's when the fight happened. And that's
And
me
is this
right
you
there.
right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one right there. Well, can you? I mean, it's just like so fast that.
Okay. Could you narrate for the jury what you see happening with yourself?
Well, I was just trying to separate people. Like, hey, don't fight. I mean, come on. Just trying to like separate people.
Okay, did you actually go across the street?
Yeah, I was across the street. I think I'm this person right there.
Okay, so I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. And
Yeah,
right
right
now,
there.
is this you?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just tell me what you're doing as we play this through.
I was just trying like to separate people, like tell them not to fight.
So you're going towards
Yeah,
where a
there's
lot of
like the fight.
And what are you seeing happening right then?
Just people fighting.
Okay. All right, and then what are you seeing at this point?
Just like the same people fighting, like a bunch of people fighting against like a bunch of people. Like I didn't see like any particular like fight with somebody and somebody.
Just a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody described it as a tornado.
Yeah, it was like quick and yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna push play and tell me what you see yourself do next.
Like the same, trying to like grab people like to stop the fight.
Okay. And we'll keep going. And what are you doing now?
I don't.
Are you able to tell?
No.
Okay, we'll play it through a little bit more.
See, I was just trying like to separate people. See, I'm grabbing somebody like the
Okay.
way they don't like
And
keep
is it
fighting.
at the top of the screen up here?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point when you're up there in that area, do you actually get pushed down?
I fell down, but I don't remember like what happened.
You don't remember how that happened?
I don't know. I don't remember if somebody pushed me. I don't know if I tripped on something. I don't know. I just fell down on the floor, and then I got up, and then my friend went and grabbed me. And that's me walking, like going towards the car.
Okay. So it looks like, Mr. Gardia, that you were kind of, after the first incident that happens on the right side of the car, you went all that, did you hear anybody threaten anybody?
No.
Did you ever think in all of that time that you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No, because it was just like just college kids fighting.
Did you ever think that any of them needed a weapon to protect themselves?
No.
Did it, you as being somebody who was in the middle of the whole thing, did it ever appear to you that it was a bunch of people ganging up on one person?
No, it was just like fight, but you didn't know like that they were like gaining up on somebody. No.
Your Honor, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Quinn?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gardner. Watch your step as you step.
You're welcome.
Okay, General?
Your Honor, the state calls Clara Beth Bernal. And we'll use the computer with her as well.
Ma'am, if you could, raise your right hand for me, please, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Would you please state your first name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Claire Beth Bernal, CLARIBETH BERNAL.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I came here when I was 22 years ago, and I a full-time employee.
Okay. You said you came here as into Nashville?
To move to Nashville, yes.
Okay. All right. I want to call your attention to the night of December 20th, 2019 into the early morning hours of December 21st of 2019. Were you hanging out with a group of your friends that night?
Correct. Yes.
At some point, did you all go to the Dogwood Bar? Did y'all go somewhere else?
Friend.
To the Dogwood Bar?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you at the Dogwood Bar?
I think it was before closing time. We got there around, I think it was 12:30 to 1.
Okay.
Yeah, it was late, yeah.
And so you were there for at least a couple of hours before closing time. Okay. The whole time that you were inside the bar, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Nope.
Did you
Not
see
at all.
anybody in a fight?
No, not inside the bar, no.
Did you see anybody inside the bar raise their voice towards anybody?
No.
At some point, and when I say at some point, I mean near closing time,
Uh-huh.
did you all decide to leave the bar?
Yes.
And tell the jury about those moments when you were leaving the bar.
Okay, so we were stepping out, and we stayed in one corner while we wait for one of our friends to go get the cart. And while we waited there, that's when we saw that they pushed, I think it was my friend or my cousin, I'm not sure. And
who is your friend? Who are you referring to as your friend?
Ivan.
Okay.
And then that's the person that they push, and then they push another person.
Okay.
And that's while we were waiting to get the cart.
Okay, and you said that they pushed. Do you know who it was that pushed?
No.
Okay. Can you describe like what it felt like when the fight first started?
We all got so confused because they were all pushing each other, and then they were pushing against the vehicle as soon as Jorge pulled in. So when they were against the vehicle, we all got so confused.
Okay, why were you confused?
Because the fight started there, and then ended up across. So, and then I was like, who's fighting or who's into it, you know? So I got so confused at the moment.
Okay.
And then I think Jorge was in the vehicle or got out of I don't remember exactly, to be honest with you. All I know is I had to go get Jorge out from across the street.
Did you have an opportunity to review some video?
Yes.
And were you able to pick yourself out in that video?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, we're going to be showing exhibit number 11, folder number 12 to Miss Bernal. Miss Bernal, can you look at this and see, can you touch the screen and show where the car was that y'all were going to get into? Okay.
Right there.
And tell me when the first time you see yourself is.
Right here.
And while you're standing there in that moment, do you hear anybody yelling anything or acting like they're going to start a fight in that moment?
No, not at all.
So you were completely surprised when this happened?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And can you narrate for the jury what you see happening with you and your friends?
Okay, so I'm somewhere over here, right here on this area. And then as soon as I saw everyone running across, I ran after, I think.
Okay, so you went across the street?
Yeah, to go grab Jorge. That's when I pulled him out.
That's the reason you went and grabbed Jorge? Okay.
That's when everybody's running right there.
And what
then
do you
I'm
see?
right here.
What do you see happening?
I guess everybody was hitting each other. I'm not sure. And that's when I was like, everybody's out there. I have to go get them.
So did you go back?
I pulled Jorge. Yeah.
Okay. And then once you got over there, what did you see?
All I seen, that's it. All I seen, I pulled Jorge and I just came back to the vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in all of this time, did you see anybody with a weapon?
No.
Did you at any time when you were involved in that, from the very beginning when that fight started to the time when you went across the street to the time that you came back across the street, did you ever think you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
Not at all.
Did you ever see any situation where you thought a person needed a weapon to protect themselves?
No.
When did you find out that people had died as a result of this incident that you had a front row seat
I
to?
received a call the next day.
So you had no...
I had no clue at all.
Okay, why were you surprised?
I was. I was really surprised.
Can you tell the jury why you were surprised?
Because it looked like it was like a normal fight. I didn't see anything. I thought it was just a regular fight. We didn't see anything, so...
And did you see any reason for a weapon to be involved?
Not at all. No.
Those are my questions.
Okay.
Man, I just wanted to ask you one question about the interior of the Dogwood Bar. Do they play loud music?
It was normal. We were able to speak to each other. We were outside, so we were able to speak to each other.
Oh, you were outside at that point. Okay, thank you.
Anything ready to write?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I just definitely just
Okay.
Okay, General?
Your Honor, the state called Campbell Parker.
Campbell Parker?
Mr. Parker, would you please state your name and spell your first name and your last name for the record? Mr. Parker.
Yes.
Do you sometimes have a stutter? Okay, and so
Yes, I do.
And so sometimes does it take you a minute to answer a question if I'm asking you?
Yes, it does.
So that's nothing that's out of the ordinary for you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you spell your first name Campbell?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you spell your last name?
Parker.
Mr. Parker, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes.
Did you go to Battleground Academy?
Yes, I did.
And now are you living out of state?
I am.
Do you live in Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you looking to get into politics?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to BGA.
And are you still friendly with your friend group from BGA?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Do y'all sometimes get together over the holidays?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And did y'all have a get together on December 20th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And was Clay Beathard there?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
How well do you know Clay Beathard?
I know Clay well. He came to BGA in middle school. We were always. He came to BGA in middle school, and we were always on the same sports teams and stuff ever since he came to BGA. So I always spent a lot of time with him on sports teams and things like that.
Can you tell the jury what kind of person Mr. Beathard was?
Yeah. I would say that Clay was always. I would say that Clay was always. Sorry. I would say that Clay was always. I'm a really good friend. I would say that Clay was always. I'm a really good friend. And he was always there for everybody.
Mm-hmm. And was he the kind of person that would start a fight?
No, ma'am.
Was he the kind of person who would egg on a fight if somebody else was fighting?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know Paul Trapini?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury how well you knew him and a little bit about him?
Yeah. I've known Paul. Since we started. I'm a kindergarten together. I'm a BGA. Since then. He's always been. I've known Paul since we started together at BGA kindergarten, and since then, he's always been I've known Paul since we started together at BGA in kindergarten, and since then, I've known Paul since we started together in kindergarten at BGA, and since then, he's always been one of my closest friends. He's always one of my closest friends. We always we were on the same football team and basketball team for years.
So you've known him just about all your life.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to be the kind of person that starts a fight?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever known him to be the type of person who would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
And do you know Sam Folks? How do you know
Yes,
Sam?
ma'am, I do.
How well do you know Sam Folks?
I know Sam Folks well. He came to BGA. He came to BGA in the 8th grade, I believe. And since then we always played on the same basketball team together, and especially because basketball season is a lot longer. So I was always around it. I was always around him a lot.
And is he the kind of guy that would pick a fight?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
Is he the kind of guy that would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
What about AJ Bethurum? Do you know him well?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He also started BGA at the same time I did when he also started BGA. He also started BGA. He also started BGA when we were in kindergarten. So I've known him since I was like 5 years old.
Okay. And is he the kind of guy that starts fights?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever seen him with a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And is he the kind of guy that would egg on a fight?
No, ma'am.
Did you get together with your friend group on the night of December 20th over the holidays?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all go to Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
At some point, did you all decide to leave and go to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am. We did.
Did y'all go to Kung Fu first?
Yes, ma'am. We did. And
once you got to the Dogwood Bar, can you describe the mood when y'all were there in the bar?
Yeah. I would say the mood. I would say the mood was just that everyone was excited. That everyone was excited. I would say the mood was that everyone was excited to be there. Because that was kind of like right as everyone had finished their classes for that fall at school. So we were all just kind of we were all excited to be together.
Were you able to review some video today?
I was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as exhibit number 11 and video number 11. Can you look at this video and touch your screen when you see yourself and identify yourself in the video? Okay. And as we play through this video a little bit, can you tell the jury what y'all are doing? And right there, are you speaking with Wilson Mccullough?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what you see happening?
Yeah. I just kind of see us all as kind of I just see us all in a group. 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 We're just talking. We're just kind of hanging out.
Okay. And we can go ahead and stop this video. And then I'm going to play for you from that same exhibit number 11, folder number 12. Folder number 10. And did you have an opportunity to look at the video from the stairs from inside Dogwood Bar?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so we're playing this video from the beginning, and I'm sorry? Okay. If you could just tell us when on the video you see yourself.
I see myself now, kind of like on the middle of the stairs.
Okay, and you can
behind
touch the
AJ.
video screen.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Now, when you were on the stairs, did you hear anything out of the ordinary going on?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Was anybody yelling at anybody in particular?
Not that I heard, no, ma'am.
Did you hear anybody saying anything derogatory towards the defendant in this case, Michael Mosley?
I did not. No, ma'am.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you from exhibit number 11, folder number 12. Have you had an opportunity to review this video?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And can you tell us when you see yourself?
Yes, I'm right there.
Okay. And can you narrate for us what you see happening with yourself? Is this you right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us what you see happening.
So now, I just see myself just, I just see myself waiting outside the bar, and then,
Who is to your right then?
I believe that is AJ. Yes, yeah, that is AJ. And as I was waiting on the street, I pulled out my phone so I could call an Uber so we could leave the bar.
Did you have any idea that this fight was about to start?
No, ma'am.
Was that surprising to you?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Did it take you a minute to realize kind of what even was happening?
It did, yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury what you remember happening in these moments?
I remember I was on my phone, so I could call an Uber, and then out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone out of the corner of my eye. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone get pushed over, and then when that happened, I went over to them. I went over to them to see. I went over to them to see. I went over to them to see. Sorry, I went over to them to see if they were. I went over to them to see if they were okay.
Did you see Thoby
Yes,
Fauber
ma'am.
fall? Okay, and
Yes,
did you participate in helping her?
ma'am.
Or did you see who helped her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, so did you help her get up?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and after you helped Miss Fauber get up, then what did you do?
After that, I saw some people kind of in the middle of the street and on the sidewalk across the street, and I didn't really think anything was happening. I just thought it was people. 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 And at that point, I saw people in the middle of the street and on the sidewalk on the other side of the street, and it just kind of looked, I'm a big group of people, and I didn't think anything bad was happening.
Okay. Did you see AJ Bethurum get stabbed?
No, ma'am. I did not. But I saw him on the sidewalk on the other side of the street, like right after it happened.
Did you see, and how was AJ acting after he got stabbed?
At that point, at that point, he seemed to be kind of I would say at that point,
Was he getting help at the ambulance?
Not as soon as I saw him, no, ma'am. But then later he did.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Trapani or Mr. Bethard get stabbed?
And no, ma'am.
At any time in any of that, did you see anybody have a weapon?
And no, ma'am.
And at any time in any of that, did you feel like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
And no, ma'am, I did not. I just thought that it was just kind of people. I just thought it was people. I just thought it was a group of people. I just thought it was a group of people. I just thought it was a group of people who were. I just thought it was a group of people who were
Fighting?
Pushing and shoving.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point, since you had kind of a front row seat to this, at any point did you see AJ Bethurum or Paul Trapani or Clay Bethard use or attempt to use any type of deadly force against this defendant, Mr. Mosley?
And no, ma'am.
Okay, cross-examination?
No questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you so much, Mr. Parker. Watch your step as you're stepping down, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Okay, General?
Your Honor, our next witness is Officer Charles Linville.
Charles Linville?
Yes, Your Honor.
Officer Linville, could you please state your full name for the record?
Charles Linville, Linville.
And you are employed with the Metro Nashville Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your position at the police department?
I'm an officer. I work in the crime scene investigation section.
And the crime scene investigation section, can you just generally describe what that means?
We're generally responsible for responding to scenes where we might be responsible for photography, processing for fingerprints, collecting DNA, preserving evidence, things of that nature.
And is Jason Terry also someone that works in that same unit?
He is.
And can you describe any particular crime? Is it sometimes you have multiple people within your unit working on different pieces of evidence? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's correct. Kind of in the particular area I'm in, it's kind of the evidence processing unit, and I'm responsible more for processing items more after the fact that may have been collected from the scene and may need processing at a later time.
And so any particular crime scene, if there's evidence like a vehicle or something like that, that actually gets moved and taken to the lab, and then you process it at the lab. Is that
yes,
right?
It can, yes.
And so did you respond to this scene of this particular homicide of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapini?
I did not respond to the original scene, no.
Did you process items of evidence related to this case?
I did.
And anything that you processed, how does that process work? Do you make that decision, or who determines kind of what your directive is?
Generally, we receive a request form related to the particular item, and some things about what processing is looked for, and then ultimately we determine what processes will actually happen.
Okay. And it would probably be easier to describe if we talk about an actual item of evidence, would it?
Sure.
In particular, did you process a 1997 Honda Civic?
I did.
And can you describe what information did you have about that vehicle at the time that you processed that piece of evidence?
I received a request form, and it basically has all the vehicle information that it, just brief in the narrative, it was just saying that a murder suspect was observed parking the vehicle, running away from it, and please process it for the presence of blood, DNA prints, take photos of both vehicle and contents.
And did you follow that directive and do those things?
I did.
Now I'm going to ask that this witness be handed 13 photographs that have been pre-marked A through M. Officer Linville, if you could look through those 13 photographs and let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And are those photographs that you took during the processing of that vehicle in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did you actually take a significantly larger number of photographs?
I would have, yes.
So this is just a small selection, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would ask that those 13 photographs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 43 A through M.
Okay.
And I have those available to digitally publish to the jury. Officer Linville, an image might appear on your screen and then blink off. If you could just let me know when it's permanently on your screen.
I think it's there.
It disappeared. And there it
Look, now it's gone. Okay.
Okay, this is 43A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
This is what is called the photo work order. It's basically just general information that we take at the beginning of our group of photographs, the date that we're photographing, the complaint number related to the case, victim's name, whatever information that we have, 400 Mott Drive, which is our office where the vehicle was located, and a basic '97 Honda Civic as the basic item, and then some information at the bottom of who was requesting, and then my information that I was the one taking the photos.
And this is 43B. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is just a general overall photograph of the vehicle, basically from the driver's side.
43C. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
This is same vehicle, just seeing the vehicle overall from a different angle, including the tag.
And this is 43D. Can you describe what is shown here?
Again, this is another overall photograph of the same vehicle from the front, looking through the front windshield.
And this is 43E. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is the same vehicle with the driver's door after it's been opened, just showing overalls of the inside of that area.
And 43F.
This is a photograph of that same driver's door, showing some of the information or some of the items that were in the pocket there.
And this is 43G.
This is also the driver's door, showing the items in that door pocket. There was a knife that was recovered from that location.
And if you could touch the screen and just point to the knife that you're referring to.
You can only see a portion of the handle, and that's kind of circling it.
And so was that item removed?
It was.
And this next image, this is 43, I believe, I,
That's the knife that was recovered from that door pocket.
which I'm sorry, that was 43H. And so after you remove it, you photograph it from that point. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Opposite side of the blade from the last photograph.
And was this item collected and entered into evidence?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to ask that the witness be handed an item. Officer Linville, do you recognize the item that was just handed to you?
I do.
And what is that?
It is the knife that's in the photographs.
And does it have markings and identifications that let you know that that is the knife that is in that photograph?
It does. It has the related complaint number, address, description, my initials, and it's all in my handwriting.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is number 44.
Yes.
Officer Linville, what, if anything else, did you do to process this piece of evidence related to this case?
There were several swabs taken from all the door handles on the interior and exterior, the steering wheel. There were obvious photographs taken throughout the vehicle. There were, I believe, a sweater and a pair of boots that were also collected from inside the vehicle, other than the knife.
Which, and I apologize, my question was not very clear. What, if anything else, did you do to process the actual knife itself?
The knife was photographed, it was swabbed for DNA evidence from the blade, and it was also fingerprinted.
And if I could ask the witness be handed one last item. Officer Linville, if you can take a look at that item and let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is that item?
It's 2 swabs that were collected from the knife blade.
And can you describe kind of that process of what you swabbed?
It would have just been along the edges of the blade. Visual examination, there didn't appear to be any staining, so it was just a swab of the tip down kind of to what I would call the hilt where the fold is.
So there was no obvious evidence that there was any blood on that knife, is that correct?
Not that I could tell.
But you still did a swab of it?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those swabs be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 45. And going back to 43K, can you describe what is shown here?
This is a photograph of the interior of the front of the compartment during overall photography, just showing that the glove compartment opened and basic items inside.
And is it part of the process that you would photograph something before you actually remove items from any area of that vehicle?
Yes.
And this is 43L. Can you describe what is shown here?
This is a closer photograph of the glove compartment area.
And did you remove items from that glove compartment?
I did.
And this is 43M. Could you describe what is shown here?
It's the vehicle registration for that vehicle.
And was that inside that glove compartment?
It was.
And for the record, can you identify who that vehicle was registered to?
Michael Mosley.
Thank you, Officer Linville. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Quillen?
No questions, officer.
Thank you, Officer Lincoln.
Thank you.
Step down. Yes, sir, thank you.
Maybe approach briefly just to discuss one issue.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break, let you stretch your legs, and then we'll get you back in here momentarily, okay?
All right.
Y'all remember the rule? Okay. What rule? Uh-oh. Just go. You have to recite the rule. I know.
seated, come to order, please.
Franklin has asked me to ask you all this. Well, where did General, oh, there she is. I want to make sure everybody's here. Ms. Franklin wanted me to just ask this because as I'm sure you all know, she is preparing the instruction. I don't know if you all have something that you all want her to include, if y'all can write it down. Or if there's, obviously if it's a particular number, you just write the number down, she can reference it. Or if you have a specific special instruction, write it down. Obviously, if it's a special instruction, the court will review it to determine whether or not. And I know it's kind of early because all the proof is not in.
Judge, I know that the state would be asking for the flight instruction based on the evidence to this point.
Okay, all right. So the flight instructions was something the state, and I think Ms. Franklin's probably listening to us now. And Mr. Quillen, if you have something, just we need to start thinking
I
about.
do have something to submit.
Okay.
I think 3 or 4, which may be the next break off.
Okay, that's fine. If you could just write them down and she can start, she's working on that now. As long as we have it, hopefully before tomorrow. All right, is there anything, line them up, please. Was there anything else, that we need to talk about?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're lining the jury up. May I ask who your next witness is after Dr. Bowman?
All rise.
Okay, we may all be seated. Let the record reflect that all the members of the jury here are present in the court after that short break. And is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the next witness.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Dr. Bowman.
Okay, Dr. Bowman.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Okay. Watch your step in as well.
Dr. Bowman, would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Gulpreet Bowman, Gulpreet Bowman.
Where do you work?
I work at Forensic Medical Management here in Nashville.
And is that the office of the the office of the medical examiner here in Nashville, Davidson County?
It is.
What do you do for forensic medical?
I'm a medical examiner.
And can you tell the jury what a medical examiner does?
Yes, a medical examiner is a physician who investigates death.
And can you tell the jury about your educational background which qualifies you to do your job?
Yes, I completed a Bachelor of Science and Arts in Journalism and Biology from Texas Tech University in Texas. I went to medical school at LECOM Seton Hill in Pennsylvania. I then completed 4 years of residency training at in anatomic and clinical pathology at Texas A&M and University of Texas Health Sciences Center. I then completed 1 year of forensic fellowship training at Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio.
And how long have you been with forensic medical?
Since 2018.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic science in the past?
I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in this exact courtroom to testify in the field of forensic science?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Bowman as an expert in the field of forensic science.
Okay, Mr. Quillen, do you wish to go on?
No objection, Your Honor, no need to go there.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bowman is being tendered to you as an expert in the field, in the area of forensic science. During the jury instruction, I will read to you an instruction during the jury charge on the weight to be given to her testimony. Okay, gentlemen.
Dr. Bowman, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is performed by a pathologist, and it entails an internal examination and an external examination. During an external examination, identifying marks such as tattoos, scars, hair color, eye color, evidence of injury, things like that are documented. And during this time, trace evidence such as fingernail clippings, sexual assault kits, toxicology specimens like blood, urine, vitreous humor sampling is performed. After that is complete, an internal examination is performed. And the first step is the pathologist reviews all of the organs in situ to see if there's any evidence of injury, any evidence of natural disease. Then each organ is removed one by one, and each organ is dissected for evaluation of whether there is natural disease or any injury.
Did you perform an autopsy on Clayton King Beathard?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you compile your findings in a report?
I did.
Okay, and I'm handing something up to you. Could you tell the jury whether or not that is an exact copy of the autopsy report that you prepared?
It is.
Your Honor, I would offer the autopsy report as exhibit number 46.
Okay, that would be exhibit number 46. Does she need to retain it for her testimony?
Do you need a copy of it up there for your testimony?
Yes, please.
Okay. And then you were also handed up a series of photographs labeled A, B, and C. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury whether or not those were photographs that were taken during the time that you did the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer those photographs as exhibit number 47.
Okay, that'd be exhibit number 47. Does she need to retain the photographs for her testimony?
I don't think that she does, Your Honor.
Okay, you can pass the photographs back to Ms. Adams.
And Your Honor, if we can use the computer screen.
Yes.
While we're getting this ready, Dr. Bowman, can you tell the jury how old Mr. Clayton Beathard was when he died?
22.
And how tall was he?
70 inches.
And how much did he weigh?
194 pounds.
When was he pronounced deceased?
December 21st, 2019.
And where was he pronounced deceased?
Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Can you tell the jury whether or not, when you were performing the autopsy, there was any evidence of medical intervention?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury what you mean by that there was medical intervention?
Anytime someone gets injured, they can get medical intervention at the hospital for life-saving measures. This decedent was transported to Vanderbilt University and received medical care to try to save his life.
And so when you're performing the autopsy, do you sometimes see evidence that the person has been to the hospital and been worked on?
Yes.
And did that happen in this particular case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what the evidence of medical intervention was in this case?
Yes. He had an endotracheal tube and an orogastric tube protruding from his mouth. He had an intravascular catheter protruding from his right neck. He had a sutured sternotomy and laparotomy incision on his chest and abdomen. He had a sutured thoracotomy incision on his left upper chest. And subsequent autopsy identified extension through the left fourth intercostal space. A chest tube protruded from a sutured thoracostomy incision below the thoracotomy incision. A thoracostomy incision is present on the right lateral chest, and there are other intravascular catheters on his body.
So why is it important for you to note whether or not there was medical intervention in your autopsy report?
Sometimes medical intervention can mimic evidence of injury, and so it's important to correlate medical intervention with autopsy findings in the medical records.
In your autopsy report, you describe a sharp force injury. Can you describe for the jury what a sharp force injury is?
Yes. There are several types of sharp force injuries. One is a stab wound, another one is an incised wound, and there are also chop wounds. Chop wounds have irregular edges. Incised wounds, the wound is longer than it is deep, and a stab wound is deeper than it is long.
And were you able to identify any stab wounds to Mr. Beathard's body?
Yes.
Can you describe that wound to the jury?
Sure. Present on the left upper chest is a stab wound measuring 6.5 by 0.3 centimeters when reapproximated. The wound is oriented towards the 2 o'clock direction.
Can I stop you there real quick?
Yes.
What does it mean to reapproximate an injury?
So stab wounds sometimes, depending on the orientation on the skin, separate, and reapproximating a stab wound is part of the analysis process of measuring a stab wound and looking for abrasions in the patterns associated with the stab wound.
Okay, so I'm sorry for interrupting you,
No
but
problem.
if you could go on and continue to describe the stab wound.
Yes. The stab wound entered the left chest cavity through the left fifth intercostal space. It injured the left upper lobe of the lung, and it injured the pericardium and the heart.
And when somebody receives an injury like that, can you tell the jury how devastating that is?
Well, the heart is responsible for pumping blood through your body. So if it's injured, it can no longer pump blood to your body. So he had an injury to his heart.
Do you believe that showing the jury a photograph of this injury would aid your testimony in describing it for the jury?
Yes.
I'm showing you photograph A. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the stab wound on the left upper chest.
Okay.
And it has been reapproximated.
Okay, so that means that you moved it together, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe exactly what you're seeing in this injury in this photograph?
Yes, this is a stab wound, and there is an abrasion on the bottom portion of your picture.
And you can touch your screen and show the jury what you're talking about.
That's an abrasion right there, and then this is a notch.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what if any, significance that has?
This may represent movement of the knife or movement of the body during the time of the injury.
And I'm showing you photograph. I'm sorry. Okay. I flipped to a photograph that I didn't mean to of yet. Okay, now I'm showing you a photograph of a knife, this photograph was previously introduced into evidence in the previous exhibit. Can you tell the jury whether or not a knife like this one could have caused the stab wound to Mr. Beathard?
It is a possibility.
Can you describe for the jury how this could be a possibility?
The photograph was a stab wound, and this is a knife that could be associated with that stab wound.
Okay. And would it be possible for this particular knife to cause the exact injury that you see on Mr. Beathard?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe how this knife and the photograph of this knife would coincide with the notch that you saw on Mr. Beathard's body?
Well, the abrasion on the inferior portion of the photograph may be consistent with the serrations on the knife, or these are the serrations, or here.
Can you state with scientific certainty that this is the knife that stabbed Clay Beathard?
No.
But you're unable to rule that out as a possibility?
That's correct.
Okay. Would it assist your testimony in describing exactly where the stab wound was if you were to step down from the witness stand and show on one of our court officers where the stab was?
Yes.
Okay, and when you do that, if you could also describe the direction that the stab wound was. And if we could ask one of the court officers to step into the middle of the courtroom, and Dr. Bowman, if you could step down as well.
And Dr. Bowman, as you speak from that area, because you're not directly close to a microphone, we'll need you to make sure that you keep your voice up so that we can pick up your comments, please.
Sure. So this,
And I'm sorry, Mr. Quillen, if you just step around as well.
if this is the right side and this is the left side, the wound was in this region, and the directionality was front to back, left to right, and downward.
Okay, so can you pretend like you're holding a knife and show that up to Mr. Fox's body? All right, thank you. Did you also find injuries to Mr. Beathard's face?
Yes.
Could you please describe those?
There is a 0.6 by 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the proximal nasal bridge. There's a 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter faint abrasion and a 1 by 0.5 centimeter faint abrasion on the medial and lateral aspects of the right eyebrow, respectively, excuse me.
And do you believe that showing a picture of this injury to the jury would aid your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe this injury for the jury using the photograph?
Yes. This is the abrasion on the nasal bridge, and these are the abrasions above the right eyebrow.
And would you describe that as an acute injury?
Yes.
What do you mean by an acute injury?
It occurred at the time of death.
And then did you also find an injury to Mr. Beathard's abdomen?
Yes.
And can you describe that injury?
A 6 centimeter vertical faint superficial linear abrasion is present on the right lateral abdomen.
And do you believe that showing the jury a photograph of that injury would help your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you a photograph of that injury. Can you describe that for the jury?
It is a linear abrasion as previously described.
What does a linear abrasion mean?
A linear abrasion is like a line.
Okay. Did you perform an internal examination?
Yes.
And did you find anything internally, other obviously than the stab wound, that could have contributed to Mr. Beathard's death?
No.
In addition to the photos taken during the autopsy, did you also draw a diagram to reflect the acute injuries in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you this diagram, which is on page 6 of your report. Could you look at your screen and describe for the jury what you drew on this diagram?
Yes, these are the injuries that we just discussed. Here in the head region are the abrasions. This is the stab wound, and this is the abrasion on the abdomen.
Okay. And when you're creating a diagram as part of your autopsy, do you only include the acute injuries, meaning the injuries that occurred at the time of death?
Yes, that's correct.
So if there were any other injuries that you did not believe occurred at the time of death, you would not have included those on this diagram?
That's correct.
As part of the autopsy, was there a toxicology screen performed?
Yes.
And were you able to review the toxicology screen and determine whether or not Mr. Beathard had consumed any alcohol?
Yes.
And what was his use of alcohol on this night?
His concentration is 0.078 grams per 100 mil.
So if the legal limit for blood alcohol level for driving in Tennessee is 0.08, was Mr. Beathard under the legal limit?
Yes.
Dr. Bowman, in your expert medical opinion, what was the cause of Mr. Clayton Beathard's death?
Stab wound of the chest.
And what was the manner of his death?
Homicide.
Did you also perform the autopsy for Paul Trapini III.
Yes.
And when you performed the autopsy, did you compile the findings in a report?
Yes.
At the same time that you performed the autopsy, did you also take photographs while you were completing the autopsy?
Yes.
Also, as part of Mr. Trapini's body coming into the medical examiner's office, did he arrive with his clothing that he had been wearing that night?
Yes. It was received in a separate plastic bag.
Okay. And did you all at the medical examiner's office take photographs of that clothing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you up a copy of your autopsy report and the photographs, which have been marked A through O. Could you look at the autopsy report and tell the jury whether or not that's an exact copy of the autopsy report that you performed in this case?
And Dr. Bowman, if you could pass Ms. Adams, Mr. Bernard's autopsy report as well. Thank you. It's 46.
And let me go back real quick, Dr. Bowman, and clarify. Did you see any injuries to Clay Beathard's hands?
Do you need Mr. Becker's autopsy report?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And regarding the autopsy report of Paul Trapini III, have you had an opportunity up there to look at your report? And if so, could you tell the jury whether or not that's an exact copy of your autopsy report regarding Paul Trapini III?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'll offer that as the next numbered exhibit.
Okay, and she needs to return it for her testimony?
If she can, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then also, could you look at photographs A through O and tell the jury whether or not those were the photographs taken during the autopsy and of Mr. Trapini's clothing?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'll offer the photographs A through O as a collective exhibit after the autopsy
Okay,
report.
the autopsy report will be exhibit number 48, the photographs will be exhibit 49, you can pass her the photographs.
Thank you.
A through O.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bowman, can you tell the jury how old Paul Trapini was when he died?
21.
How old was he? How tall was he and how much did he weigh?
72 inches, and his weight was 215 pounds.
And when was Mr. Trapini pronounced dead?
December 21st, 2019,
Okay, and at what time?
3:57 a.m.,
And where was he pronounced deceased?
Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Was there evidence of medical intervention in his case as well?
Yes.
And can you briefly tell the jury about that evidence?
Yes, he had an endotracheal and orogastric tube protruding from his mouth. He had an intravascular catheter protruding from his left neck. He had a sutured thoracotomy incision on his left chest. He had a thoracostomy incision and gauze on his right lower lateral chest. And he had a catheter protruding from his right shoulder and intravascular catheters on his body. Subsequent autopsy revealed where the thoracotomy entered, which that was on the left 6th intercostal space.
In your autopsy report, you indicate that he also suffered sharp force injuries, and you detail that with stab wound number 1 and stab wound number 2. Could you please describe those injuries for the jury?
Stab wound number 1 is present on the mid-upper chest, and when reapproximated, it measures 5 by 0.1 centimeters. A notch is present on the wound. The wound track enters the chest through the costal cartilage at the insertion of the left 7th rib to the sternum, injures the pericardial sac, the right ventricle, the posterior right ventricle, and the posterior pericardial sac. The wound is associated with 600 mils of left hemothorax and 200 mils of right hemothorax, which means blood in the right and left chest cavities.
Okay, and can you describe that wound again, kind of in layman terms?
Yes, it is a 5 centimeter wound when reapproximated, and
What organs did it hit?
it hit the heart and the rib.
Okay. And do you believe that looking at a photograph of this injury would aid your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm showing you photograph A. Is this stab wound 1?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury about what you're seeing on the screen? And describe what you found through your autopsy and examination of this particular wound.
This is a stab wound, and there is a notch right there.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
It may represent movement of the knife or the body.
Can you describe stab wound number 2?
Yes. A 3 by 1 centimeter stab wound is present on the left lower back. The wound is reapproximated and measures 3 by 0.1 centimeters. It's oriented horizontally. A notch is present on the inferior edge of the wound, and one end is blunted and the other end is sharp and V-shaped. The stab wound injured the left diaphragm and the left psoas muscle. No other injuries to critical structures were made, and the wound track is back to front, downward, and left to right, with a minimum depth of 4 centimeters.
Okay, and is that a lethal wound?
Independent of itself, no.
But in conjunction with the other wound?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you a photograph. Can you tell the jury about this photograph? And is that representative of stab wound number 2?
This is stab wound number 1, and this is when the wound is reapproximated. You can appreciate this notch a little bit better now that it's reapproximated.
I'm showing you a photograph that has been previously entered into evidence of a knife. It's the same knife that I showed you before. Can you tell the jury whether or not this knife was capable of causing the injury that you saw to, or the 2 stab wounds that you saw to Mr. Paul Trapini's body?
Yes, it's a possibility.
Okay, and can you describe how that could be a possibility? Like, what do you consider when you're making that determination that it's possible that this knife caused that wound?
Well, there's a sharp end. Stab wounds are caused by something, a sharp object. So this knife is a sharp object, and there's nothing that prevents it from being the wound. There's no identifying marks that prevent it from being associated with that wound.
And just as with Mr. Beathard's injuries, would it be useful for you to show on Mr. Fox where the injuries on Mr. Trapini's body were?
Yes.
And if Mr. Fox could step back up, and Dr. Bowman, if you could step back down and show on Mr. Fox where Mr. Trapini's injuries were, and also describe for the jury the wound path and direction.
May I bring my notes with me?
Of course. And if you want to use my pen to pretend like it's a knife, that might work a little better.
Thank you. Stabulum number 1 is present right here. This is in the mid-chest region. This is the right, and this is the left. If you could turn around. This again is the right, and this is the left. Stabulum number 2 is present here on the left lateral lower back.
Can you show it again? I think some of the jurors on that end probably didn't get a chance to see.
Yes. Right here.
Thank you. Colonel. During the autopsy.
Number 2, there is, look at my notes. And the other
Just as do you believe that? Okay.
possible.
And is that based on the same reasons that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for not showing you that picture before. Now we're looking at the diagram, which is page 6 of your autopsy report. Can you go through this diagram and tell the jury what we're looking at?
So this is stab wound number 1 on the mid-chest. This is stab wound number 2 on the left lower back. And there's some abrasions on the hands, on the right and left hands.
Okay. And where are those abrasions on the hands?
They're on the back of the hand on the right, adjacent to the knuckles, and on the back of the hand on the left hand, adjacent to the second knuckle.
And you've already described what a toxicology screen is. Did you do one of those in this case?
Yes.
And did you find anything regarding Mr. Trapini's alcohol use?
Yes.
And what is that?
His blood alcohol concentration is 0.167 grams per 100 mils.
Were Mr. Trapini's, you've already testified that Mr. Trapini's clothes were photographed at the medical examiner's office. And the next series of photographs that I'm going to show you, can you describe what we're looking at in these pictures?
There are some defects associated with the location of the stab wounds on the decedent's body.
Okay. And is this like an overall picture, and then we'll do closer up pictures and
Yes, this is an overall of all the clothing.
okay. And what are we seeing here?
These are jeans.
Okay, and do those appear to be soaked in Mr. Trapini's blood?
Yes.
And I'm showing you the next photograph. What are we seeing here?
This is the front side of the jeans.
Okay, and does it look like they cut them off of him during medical intervention, possibly?
Yes.
And I'm showing you his shirt. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing here?
There are 2 defects that are in a location consistent with where the 2 stab wounds are present.
Okay, and this picture, what's different in this picture than the other one?
These have arrows on them.
Okay, just kind of pointing it out.
Yes.
And is this just a closer up view of that picture?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what we see on this picture?
This is the front side of the shirt, and again, the defect is photographed with the shirt in orientation with the way it is typically worn.
Okay, and is that placement of that defect consistent with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Trapini's body?
Yes.
And is this just a close-up of that defect?
Yes.
And are these more pictures of the defects?
Yes.
And a close-up?
Yes.
And a close-up of the other defect?
Yes.
And is this a picture of Mr. Trapini's jacket that he had been wearing that night?
We received the clothing in a plastic bag, and this stab wound or this defect is consistent with the location of the wound on his body.
Okay, and the marks and the coloring that we see on this jacket, does that appear to be blood?
Yes.
And the next picture, is this just the same picture but with an arrow?
Yes.
Noting the defect. And is this just an overall picture of the front of the jacket?
Yes.
And is this a close-up of a defect in the jacket?
Yes.
Dr. Bowman, in your expert medical opinion, what was the cause of Mr. Paul Trapini's death?
Stab wound of the chest.
And can you tell the jury the manner of his death?
Homicide.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Dr. Bowman, when you say homicide, you mean that it's not a suicide and not death by natural causes? Is that what a homicide is?
That's correct.
And I was under the impression Mr. Beathard was more like 6'1". How do you get that 70 inches? Or do you actually measure, or do you get that from a driver's license?
We measure the decedents when they come to our office.
And do you weigh them?
Yes.
And the alcohol in Mr. Beathard's system, that's slightly below what we'd call DUI per se. Do you know that? The legal limit for driving?
I was told just earlier that the legal limit of driving was 0.08, yes.
Okay. And that would translate into lightly intoxicated, not, shouldn't drive, but lightly, is that about right?
That's beyond the scope of my expertise.
Okay. And the stab wound, Mr. Beathard's stab wound was reapproximated to 6.5 centimeters, and that's about 2.5 inches?
Yes.
Can I have my autopsy report?
Yeah,
For Mr. Beathard?
Yes. Autopsy, Mr. Beathard's autopsy report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Beathard had ketamine administered by EMTs. Is that correct?
Yes, by medical personnel.
And Mr. Trapini was 6 feet and 215 pounds. Is that correct?
72 inches and 215 pounds. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And he was well muscled.
Well nourished.
And he had abrasions on his left hand, a smaller abrasion. Is that correct? A ½ centimeter faint curvilinear abrasion.
That's correct.
And excuse me, on the right hand, a larger abrasion, correct?
A 0.7 by 0.5 centimeter abrasion and a 0.5 by 0.2 abrasion.
Okay, and you took a picture of that, didn't you?
Yes.
Put it in your record. Let's see. If I could pass this to the witness. And my question, Dr. Bowman, is that Mr. Trapini's right hand?
Yes, it is.
And it shows that abrasion on the knuckles?
Yes.
Okay. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Okay, that'll be exhibit number 50. You can pass the photograph back to Ms. Adams.
Thank you.
And Mr. Trapini had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.167.
That's correct.
And he was also positive for delta-9 THC,
That's correct.
which is evidence of recent marijuana use.
It's an active metabolite.
The metabolite.
I'm sorry, active ingredient.
Active ingredient, but one of those is a metabolite, correct?
Yes, let me tell you.
Okay.
The 11-hydroxy delta 9 THC is the active metabolite.
Okay, delta-9. Okay. But delta-9 THC is the active ingredient. And pharmacologically, it's a depressant and has reality distorting effects. Is that correct?
It can.
And alcohol can cause effects such as impaired judgment.
It can.
And for, if I'm reading this correctly, Mr. Trapini The stab wound to the chest has a minimum depth of at least 2 centimeters.
That's correct.
And that's less than an inch.
That's correct.
And on the lower back stab wound, that's a minimum of 4 centimeters.
That's correct.
And that's less than 2 inches.
That's correct.
5 centimeters would be more or less 2 inches, correct?
That's correct.
And we made that picture an exhibit, I believe. And that's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, may I retrieve exhibit number 50?
The photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Bowman, I'm handing you back exhibit number 50, which has already been introduced. I'm handing you back what has previously been introduced into evidence as exhibit number 50, and I'm also handing you a photograph of Mr. Paul Trapini. Could you look at that photograph and see whether or not you see any injuries in that photograph?
I don't testify to photographs that I don't take.
Okay. Could you look at exhibit number 50 and tell us what injury you see in exhibit number 50?
Yes, there are abrasions on the right hand.
Okay. And can you look at the photograph that I've just handed you and see whether or not there are marks in the same places as you see in exhibit number 50?
Yes.
Lee? Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor, Mr. Trapini, significant enough to take a picture.
we're waiting on our next witness, we'll be using the overhead for his testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Should I approach?
Okay, I'm sorry, General, your next witness is?
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Paul Trapini.
Dr. Paul Trapini. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
I'm Paul D. Trapini Jr.,
Okay, and is your first name P-A-U-L?
P-A-U-L. Last name is T-R-A-P-E-N-I.
Are you Paul Trapini III's father?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you all have season tickets to Titans games?
We do.
Can you tell the jury, describe the area that you sit when you go to the Titans games?
We're actually in section 131 on the lower level, and we sit all the way back to the back wall, and there's actually an overhang, about 7-foot overhang, cement overhang above us.
And can you describe what the overhang is? Like what material is it?
It's kind of like a congregate type of cement type of material. You know, it's very abrasive type of material.
Did you and your son go to a Titans game the week before he died?
I believe it's approximately a week before.
Okay. And when the Titans score, is there something that your son would frequently do?
Well, besides myself too?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, usually when we score, and when we do score, we usually are standing up, and we forget about the 7-foot overhang. We just go, all right. It's like, all right. Then we scratch our knuckles.
Okay. And if I could retrieve exhibit number 51, which was offered for identification only, and if we could hand that to Dr. Trapini, please. Dr. Trapini, can you look at this photograph and tell the jury whether or not that was taken a couple of months back in October before Paul Trapini III passed away?
I believe it was October.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was it taken at a Titans game?
It was taken at a Titans game.
Was it taken at a Titans game after he had celebrated and put his hands up in the air?
Yes. I actually got them tickets, him and his girlfriend.
And do you see injuries on your son's hands?
Yes, his knuckles.
His knuckles. And are those the type of injuries that he would get when he would stand up and cheer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jury whether or not he stood up and cheered at the Titans game the week before he passed away?
Yes, he did. And after it happened, I told him he should have known better than that.
Okay. Your Honor,
It happened quite often.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibit 51 into evidence and ask to publish it to the jury.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Trapini, you could pass the photograph back to Ms. Alice.
Okay.
No, you can have a seat. Pass the photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, that's okay.
It's all right.
Ms. Adams, Hunter.
Thank you. And does that appear to be on his right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, those are my questions for Dr. Trapani.
Okay, thank you. If you could pass the photo up, Mr. Court, cross-examination.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you step down, please? 51 will now be moved into evidence. All right, so stay ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state's next witness is
Lynette Mace.
And if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Lynette Mace,
And could you spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
Lynnette.
Where are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department, Forensic Services, Crime Scene Investigation.
And what is your position with Forensic Services?
I'm a Crime Scene Investigator, Level 3.
And how long have you been in that position?
16 years.
And did you assist with processing any items or evidence related to the homicide of Clayton Beathard and Paul Trapani?
I did.
And specifically, did you assist Detective Beavis with photographs and other items of processing related to Mr. Michael Mosley?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you were called in to assist Detective Beavis?
Christmas Day of 2019.
And do you recall specifically about what time of day that was?
I can look for you.
Would it help if you
That's okay.
reviewed your report?
Yeah. 1649 arrived at booking at 1700 hours, so 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And I have a set of 10 photographs that have been pre-labeled A through J. If I can ask that these be handed to the witness. And once you receive those, if you could take a look at them and then let me know if you recognize them.
I do.
And are those photographs that you took of Mr. Mosley and other items on that December 25th, 2019?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would ask that those be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, 52A through J. And this is, you can get the computer to come up, and I apologize to the court. I should have made that request. I wanted to make sure that Mr. Quillen was aware of the photos that we were showing. And an image will pop up on your screen, and then it's probably going to blink and go away. If you can just let me know when it stays there.
It's here.
Okay. 52A. Can you describe what is shown in this image?
So this is a photo work order. This basically just is a synopsis of what we're going to photograph before we photograph it.
And this is what you completed related to the images of Mr. Mosley.
Correct.
This is 52B. Can you describe what is shown here?
It's just a full body shot of Mr. Mosley.
Which I just realized that this photograph is not oriented correctly, so I am going to move this.
There you
I
go.
would assume that you would have taken a picture of his entire body, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is 52B. And this is 52C. Can you describe what's shown in that image?
Just a standard face shot.
And part of this, would you be documenting any injuries if found?
I would.
And did you observe any injuries to Mr. Mosley's face?
No.
And 52C, can you describe what is shown here?
Just him turning around the backside of him.
And 52D, can you describe what is shown here?
His hands, top parts of his hands.
And 52E?
Palm side up.
And 52F?
This is a laceration to Mr. Mosley's right hand between his thumb and index finger in the webbing of his hand.
And 52G?
Okay, that same hand, there's a nick on the outside of his index finger, right where it meets the palm.
And this is 52H?
So this is a receipt, obviously written for general sessions 2 days prior for $750.
And was this an item that was found on his person or in his belongings?
I believe it was found in his belongings.
And 52I?
Another handwritten note with the attorney's name and telephone number.
And again, this was found in Mr. Mosley's belongings, is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
And when you were taking those photographs, what, if anything else, did you do to process Mr. Mosley's person?
With a search warrant, I took buccal swabs for DNA.
And can you describe what a buccal swab is?
So a buccal swab is basically just a set of swabs that they run on the inside of your cheek to collect DNA.
And I have passed an item to be handed to you. If you can take a look at it when you receive it and let me know if you recognize it.
I do.
And what item is that?
So this is a set of buccal swabs taken from Michael Mosley, set number 1. I take 2 sets at 17:32 hours.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that item be introduced as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 53. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, cross-examination.
No questions, John.
Thank you so much, Officer.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, stay ready to call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Patrick Wells.
Patrick Wells.
And we will use the computer for this witness.
The computer.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Wells. Would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Timothy Patrick Wells, and then you want me to spell it?
Yeah.
TimothyPatrickWells.
Okay, everybody, even though your first name is Timothy, everybody calls you Patrick, is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. 24, born and raised in Franklin. Went to Furman University, went to BGA. Yeah.
What year did you graduate BGA?
2016.
And are you still friendly with your friend group, friend BGA?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
do y'all sometimes get together around the holidays?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all get together around the holidays back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of the people who was in your friend group Clayton Bethard?
Yes, ma'am.
And how well did you know Mr. Bethard?
Very well. One of my best friends. I know him very, very well.
How long had you known him?
I'd known him since freshman year. We became close freshman year, and then stayed that way through sophomore, junior, senior, the first couple years of college. Yeah.
Can you describe him?
Yeah. Just larger than life guy. I mean, smile anytime he walked into a room. I mean, just the smile just lit it up, and everybody knew who Clay was. Everybody respected Clay, liked Clay. He's well known at BGA and was, a well-known guy in terms of all of our friends and all of us, for sure.
Was he ever known as a bully or somebody who would start fights?
No.
Was he ever known as somebody who would egg fights on?
No.
And did you ever know him to carry a weapon?
No.
Did you know Paul Trapini?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how well you knew him?
Yeah. Much like Clay, of BGA, very similar to Clay in terms of just larger than life people. Like anytime that they walked into a room, anytime that they were around, it was just the attention gravitated to them just because of how funny they were, how nice they were, how they were just great people, and every time that they were around, that was just how they were.
Did you ever know him to be a bully or somebody who would start fights?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever know him to carry a weapon?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever know him to be someone who would egg on a fight or encourage people to fight?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you friends with Sam Folks?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury whether or not he's the type of person who starts fights?
No, he's not.
Is he the type of person that carries a weapon?
No.
And is he the type of person who encourages fights?
No.
Do you know AJ Bethurum?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about AJ Bethurum?
Yeah. He's a good old boy is what I'd say. He's a little bit country, but like AJ or like Paul and Clay, I've known AJ since freshman year at BGA. He's not as loud or as outspokenly funny as Clay and Paul. He's a little bit more reserved, but he's got his own way of just being a good guy, being a country boy, and just caring about other people in that way too.
Is he the kind of guy that would pick a fight with anybody?
No.
Is he the type of person who would encourage somebody to fight?
No, absolutely not.
And have you ever seen him carry a weapon?
No.
Okay. Do you know Wilson Mccullough?
Yes.
What type of person is Wilson McCullough?
Similar to AJ in terms of reserved a little bit more, but an awesome guy. Very kind, very, very funny, like Paul and like Clay in that respect. But yeah, a good person for sure.
Would he ever do anything to hurt Emma Yoder?
No.
And is he the type of person who would start a fight or encourage a fight?
No.
I want to call your attention back to December 20th of 2019. Did you all get together over at Wilson McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe for the jury what the mood was when y'all were there?
It was just good to have everybody back together. I think all of us, just wrapped up the semester of school, and so we're all getting together before Christmas, and just wanting to see each other and wanting to be together. And like I said earlier, we're a really tight knit group of people. We've stayed that way ever since graduation from high school, and so the mood was excited that everyone's here again together. Everyone's back, and that we're able to have some fun in terms of just being around each other again after all the memories they had in high school.
Did you all have some drinks when you were at Mr. McCullough's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you remember what you had to drink or how much you had to drink that night?
Just a couple. I mean, we were drinking beer, and just it was just a night together, just a couple beers.
And Your Honor, for the record, we're going to start playing exhibit number 11, file 11.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to go with your friend group to the Dogwood Bar in Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe the mood once you got there?
Mood in terms of our friend group?
Yeah.
We're carrying over that same attitude that we had when we were getting together at the Mcculloughs, of just everyone happy to be together, happy to see each other and to just kind of be in each other's company again.
Okay. And we've got playing on the screen right next to you video that was taken in the bar area of Dogwood. Do you recognize your friend group in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you touch the screen and point out your friends that you recognize?
You want me to point them out on here?
Yeah, just touch the screen and say who they are.
Okay. We got me and Paul back here in the back.
Okay.
We got Clay right here.
Okay.
We got... Can't tell because of the backs, but I'm pretty sure this is David.
Okay.
You got Emma Wilson right here.
Okay.
And then I think Sam's right here.
Okay. All right. And while you were at the bar that night, did you hear anybody start any fights with anybody or threaten anybody?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware of anybody saying anything ugly to any other patron at the bar?
No.
Did there come a time when you all decided to leave?
Yes.
And was that around closing time?
Yes. Yeah.
Had any of you driven to the bar?
No.
Okay, and so were y'all going to get Ubers when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that because y'all had been drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have anything additional to drink after you got to the Dogwood Bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and about how much did you have to drink and what were you drinking?
It was beer, and I just, like I said, just all of us being together and being in that company of spending time with each other. I was just wanting to have some beers with them. I wasn't thinking of counting, or I wasn't thinking of that regard, but wasn't an egregious or crazy amount.
Okay. Did you drink so much that it affects your ability to tell the jury what happened and what you remember happening that night?
No.
Okay. And if you could look at your screen and tell us who all you can see milling around at this point.
Yeah, we got Paul back here in the back. Got Campbell, Clay, Wilson, Emma, Sam, AJ, myself, and David. And then here's Paul.
All right, we can stop this video. And if we could put up the video that is in folder number 10. I'm showing you video of the stairway. Did you notice anything unusual happen on the stairway?
No, ma'am.
And did you notice anything unusual happen at the top of the stairway
No, ma'am.
when y'all were about to leave?
I don't remember seeing anything like that. I was kind of behind everybody. I believe we were the last people to leave the bar, if I'm not mistaken. And so I was kind of just taking my time, making sure that all of us were getting out. And I was kind of, I guess, bringing up the caboose.
Okay.
So I don't remember seeing that.
And speaking of bringing up the caboose, do you recognize yourself in the video here?
Yes, it's me and David.
Okay, is this David?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now if we can show Exhibit 11, Video 12. Have you had an opportunity to look at this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you could watch this video and narrate what you see happening.
So Sam, Campbell, AJ, and Emma just walked out. And this group of people are trying to walk through. He's bumping Emma, pushing Emma, and then, yeah, that.
Okay. Do you recognize that as Sam Folks being hit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There comes David.
Okay. And is this you coming out the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you got out there, can you describe for the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so as I was coming out of the door right there, I kind of just got through that little part and heard a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming. And then as I kind of got right to where that pole was, I looked up and I saw this was like just a large group of people just kind of just swirling. It was like just like a tornado of people out there in the street. And so I started to run, and I saw Thoby get knocked over and was on the ground, so I ran over there. I picked her up, was trying to make sure she was okay because she got like her bell rung because she got knocked down pretty hard. And so was checking on her, trying to make sure she was okay, and then I got her to the side, and at that point, that same kind of like just swirl of people had moved to the opposite side of the street, like that sidewalk area. And that's when I ran over there, and AJ had been knocked down. And I picked him up, and he obviously was not like looking okay, and so was talking with him and trying to understand what was going on with him.
Okay, tell me more about your interaction with AJ Bethurum. You said that he had been knocked down. Did you see how he got knocked down?
No, I didn't see how he got knocked down. I just ran over to that group of people because I knew that my friends were somewhere in there. And when I got over there, I found AJ on the ground and picked him up. And when I picked him up, I was looking at him, and he had blood coming out of his head. And I couldn't tell how much it was because his hand was kind of covering it up. And so I was trying to look at that and trying to understand what exactly the extent of that was. And his I don't know, he just looked like discombobulated, just like he'd been like knocked down. And I didn't realize the extent of what had happened at the time, but it looked like it was bad, but not as bad as it was.
Mm-hmm. And what did you do after you had that interaction with Mr. Bethurum?
I was kind of checking on him, making sure that like he was okay, talking through like with him like what just happened, like trying to talk with him, because when I ran out there they were already going at it. And I wasn't really getting much of an answer from him because he was in a state of just you know, from what I remember, I don't truly remember that exact conversation, but you know, he'd been knocked down pretty hard, and so was kind of talking to him about that. And then I remember my friend Campbell came over and talked to us about what had happened in terms of where our other friends were, and so after that I left with AJ to over there.
Okay. And for the record, I want to play Exhibit 11, Folder 6. Have you had an opportunity to review this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you see yourself in the video, can you let us know?
Yes, ma'am.
While we're waiting for that portion of the video to play, can you tell the jury whether or not you were able to see when Paul Trapini and Clay Beathard were hurt?
Like the moment that they got hurt?
Yeah, were you able to see the moment that they got hurt?
No, I wasn't able to see that moment.
Okay. And can you tell the jury whether or not you saw anybody with a weapon that night?
No, didn't see anybody with a weapon.
Was there any point while you were experiencing what was going on that night that you felt like you needed a weapon to protect yourself?
No, ma'am.
And if you can look at the screen now and let us know when you see yourself.
That's me running.
Do you need us to back up just a little bit?
If you don't mind, yeah. Sorry. That those lights are kind of hard to deal with. I'm pretty sure that's me running right here.
Okay.
Because I think this is right when Debbie gets knocked down. Yeah, right here. Sorry, I know.
That's okay.
I put 3 arrows on there.
It's okay. And if we can just go ahead and play it and tell the jury what you see yourself doing and.
Yeah, so she got knocked down, and I'm making sure that she's okay because she's got her bell rung pretty good. And then I was starting to move over here to see what the heck's going on with my friends over here.
Okay. So.
And I just see people on the ground, and because I thought I saw AJ go down, and so that's me with AJ. Sorry, I'll put a better arrow with the hat.
So you were pretty close up to the portion that happened in the middle of the street and across the street. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you never saw anybody with a weapon?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you see any of your friends either threaten or try to do serious bodily injury to anybody?
No.
At some point, did you become aware that Clay Beathard had been stabbed?
Only after the fact of when I was with AJ, because when I picked up AJ, and obviously he didn't look right at all, I was focused on trying to understand what had happened with him. And then I think it was Campbell at that point later on came and was like, hey, like, we need to come over here, like, Clay and Paul are seriously injured.
Okay. And once your friend, Mr. Parker, told you that, what did you do?
I believe that me and AJ walked across the street over there, or that I got Campbell, or I got AJ with Campbell, and then ran over there to check on him.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you saw?
In terms of when I ran across the street?
Mm-hmm. What you saw when you saw your friends injured?
Yeah. Just ran across the street, and there was Clay was on one portion of the sidewalk, and Paul was on the kind of like on the corner. They were both on the corner, and so there was people huddled around both of them, and they were both on the ground. And yeah, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. And they were just struggling. And so it was just us kind of there, trying to see what was going on and what exactly had happened. And people were applying pressure to wounds. Lots of yelling, lots of people trying to find out if people had called 911 or where the ambulance was. It was a tough situation.
Mr. Wells, given the way your night started and given how much fun y'all were having in the bar, did you ever in a million years think your night went in like that?
No.
Those are my questions, Travis.
Okay, cross-examination.
Mr. Wells, how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
Are you significantly taller than, or were you significantly taller than Mr. Beathard?
No, we used to joke with each other about who's taller, but I think we both were just right at 6 foot.
Right at 6 feet. So 5'10" doesn't sound right to you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't. I've been measured before, but you know, people like to think that they're taller than they actually are. I mean, truth be told, I don't know. Me and Clay right at 6 foot. I don't.
Okay, all right. And you weighed about 200 pounds December 2019?
Yes.
You were a 3-year starter in the class of 2016 football team at BGA?
Yes.
And you were a captain your senior year?
Yes.
And was Mr. Trapani also a captain?
Yes.
You later played football at Furman?
Yes.
As a defensive back, special teams guy?
Yes.
And did you play against Clemson in 2018?
Yes.
And that's the year that Clemson went and beat Alabama convincingly for the national championship?
Yes, sir, but I don't understand how this pertains to this.
Well, what I'm saying is you're capable of caretaking Miss Falver is going to be my point, so to answer your question. And what time did you arrive at Mr. McCullough's house?
I couldn't give you an exact time. I'm not one to always be checking my watch or phone. I mean, I don't have a watch, my phone.
Okay. And that night you were wearing a sort of bold black and red shirt. Let me, if I may use the overhead. You're difficult to identify on most videos, so it's good to have one picture. Is that you, Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to write Wells below your feet there, so the jury can identify you easily. And may alter this. And let's see if you can identify yourself in this picture. Is that Ms. Falver right there?
It's kind of hard to tell. I thought it was pretty blurry. And could you move it maybe for the glare?
Well,
I don't know.
I might just hand it to you, whatever, or raise this up, maybe it'll come out a little clearer. It looks like, well, if that is in fact you, Mr. Wells, you have your left arm around Ms. Falver's shoulder.
I mean, I can't. The video is better because that's clear. I can't tell with that.
Well, if I may just hand this to you for a minute and you can look at it, you know, your vision's okay, isn't it?
I wear contacts. So.
Okay. But you got them in.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. I can't. This is hard. I can't tell. I really
If
I
you can't tell, that's fine.
I really can't tell. I'm sorry. Drink it back.
Thank you so much. But anyway, you and Mr. Bates, the last two of your group to leave the Dogwood Bar,
Yes.
and Mr. Bates is ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
And he is a tall guy. He's 6'5". Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how tall he is, but he's tall, a little bit taller than I am. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you get out there and you see all the mass confusion, and you see Miss Favre go down on the asphalt. Is that correct?
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I saw the giant swirl of people, and I saw her get knocked down, and so I ran over to her and picked her up.
Okay.
I was checking on her.
And you were in the near lane of Division Street, or closer to the Dogwood when that happened?
It was like in the video. It was just right in the middle of the road. I don't know.
Right in the middle of the lane or the road?
I mean, it's just right there.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's good. And Mr. Bates, David Bates, well, actually, did you see Miss Favre and Mr. Mccullough kind of go down at the same time, or did you actually see that happen?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Mr. Mccullough goes down and Miss Favre go down to the asphalt at about the same time. Did you actually see that happen?
In terms of like what I saw, I saw.
Go ahead. I apologize.
It's okay. I saw like the giant like swirl of people, and then I saw a male push and knock her down because she was easier to see than Wilson. She had like the blonde hair, so it was just easier to see that. So I saw her get knocked down and picked her up.
Okay, and you help her up, and did you see where David Bates goes at that point?
No.
And you have a good memory of the events of that night, correct?
I mean, I don't know how to answer.
Well,
good memory.
You're not having trouble remembering what you did, are you?
Remembering what I personally did?
Yes, sir.
And as far as like what we've talked about,
what happened, and who went where, and
I mean, I don't know how to compare that with anything. Like,
okay. Well, if some people don't have much memory of the evening, were there some of your classmates who were significantly more intoxicated than you?
I mean, like I was saying earlier, I mean, it's not like we were doing a competition to see who could get the drunkest, or it wasn't like anything like that. It was just a group of us getting together to celebrate all being around each other again and having some beers. It wasn't like all of us focusing on getting intoxicated.
Well, and you may have overdone it. Is that fair to say?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So
Well, let's see. Well, I'm going to offer this photo of Ms. Wells' exhibit. And then I'm going to show you, let's see, I'm going to pass two more from 24425 and 24443. Or actually, I'll put them up here.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Mr. Porter?
I'm sorry, I'm getting ready to use the overhead again after
okay. I
that
think it's
exhibit
fine.
tomorrow.
Okay.
We ready?
It's on.
And Mr. Wells, this is the second floor stair top camera at 2:44:25 a.m. And that's you right there in the middle?
yeah,
I'm gonna put a PW. That marks you. And is this woman, is that Ms. Yoder?
yes, I believe so.
Okay, and David Bates?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I think so.
And Paul Pepini?
Yeah, I think so. He was playing that quarter game, so yeah.
And Alva Bethune?
I can't tell.
Okay, all right. Now we got another picture, 244:43. This is just slightly a little later. And you see yourself there?
Yes.
And that's Mr. Trapani there?
I can't tell from as far away as that is.
All right, Alva Bethune?
I can't tell.
Okay. All right, we'll make that an exhibit. Mr. Wells?
55.
By 2:44 a.m., you and Mr. Trapani and Mr. Bethune were pretty intoxicated, is that correct?
I would object to asked and answered. He's answered the question about whether or not he's been drinking several times. He's already corrected Mr. Quillen, saying that he hadn't overdone it. He had just had a couple of beers.
And we've kind of been through that, Mr. Quillen.
Well, I would ask to play a video.
Okay.
Defendant ID number 11. Click it, please.
It's not ready yet, Mr. Quillen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it's ready now.
Alrighty. And that's you, Mr. Wells?
Yeah.
And here you stumble. And yet you have no memory problems. We'll offer that as our next exhibit.
Gunnar, if he could be given a chance to answer the question.
Yeah, he didn't answer. I think the question was, he identified that is himself, but I guess pretty much, I don't know if it was a question or commentary.
Well,
obviously, if it's commentary, you can't make commentary, but it was your question, did he stumble?
There's always a question mark after my
Okay. The question was, did you stumble?
Yeah, I didn't know you asked the question. You just kind of said that.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'm wearing boots.
And that's on the, okay.
Do you
Go
want me
ahead,
to, do you want me to
explain.
answer? So I'm wearing boots right there, and those are a little bit elevated. So it's not exactly like I'm wearing like tennis shoes where it's easy to keep balance and all that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And regarding you and Mr. Bethune and Mr. Trapani, you engaged in sort of locker room horseplay
Yeah,
that
I mean,
evening?
like I was saying earlier, we're just all really close friends, all just hanging out. We like to, kind of mess with each other. So,
And that involved acts of physical aggression?
what do you mean?
Pushing, shoving, testicle slapping?
I mean, just honestly, it was just me and Paul and Clay just kind of just messing around with each other.
Let's play DFTID 10, please. $244.15. And I believe, Mr. Wells, you come out to the center. Push Mr. Bethurum. Then come and slap Mr. Trapani in the privates. He takes his revenge. Thank you. We'll offer that as an exhibit.
And just so that I'm clear, were you intending to offer the previous video?
Yes, both. What we got, let's see, that's numbers 11 and 10, Your Honor.
So DFTID 11 is number 56? Is that what you have? And then, and I'm sorry, which ID number is this, Mr. Quillen? Mr. Quillen, what is the most recent video that you just showed?
That was 11, Your Honor.
No, 11 was Mr. Wells coming.
He said it was 10.
Okay.
Or did I, let me look.
All right.
Oh, yes, the original is 10.
All right, that'll be number 57.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
All right, anything in redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Mr. Wells, were you acting aggressive towards your friends that night?
No.
You said that y'all are close friends. Is that just the way y'all horse around?
Yeah. I mean, I've known all those guys for a long time, and so we just like to, mess around with each other and just,
Was anybody mad at each other?
No.
Were you trying to hurt anybody?
No.
Was anybody trying to hurt you?
No.
Did anybody take it that way? Like anybody was fighting or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No. We were all we're comfortable enough to do that with each other because as close as we were, it wasn't anything extra or anything, added on about it. It was just between us three, and it was just us just messing with each other. It was just fun.
And did y'all typically do stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did y'all do it to be funny with each other?
Yeah. Yeah, I know it might not be funny to everybody, but it's
funny
between us, it was funny. So
it may not have been funny to throw a quarter around on table either
exactly
to everybody.
Right? Yeah, just going around flipping coins in a bar, but yeah, exactly. We're just like to just have fun with each other, and not really much else to it, honestly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Watch your step as you're stepping
Yep.
down, please. Y'all need a break, or you want to keep going? Anybody need a break? No. All right. Your next witness.
Judge, the next witness is David Bates.
David Bates.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Bates, could you please state your full name for the record?
Yeah, David Randall Bates.
And what was your middle name?
Randall. Yeah.
Could
you want me
you
to
spell
spell
that
it?
for the court reporter, just so that we have a clear record?
Gotcha. Randa. Franklin.
School when you were
Academy. From
did you
Patrick. Him and a couple of.
when you were
And so and I also whenever all of them were graduated.
Mr. Wells that went to be and when did you
About through mutual friends of friends like high school.
after graduating from high
I pursued college in New Orleans. And
any other
but after
are you also friends with
had that and like talk to you about some real very grateful that we
Sam folks?
goofy friends, very loyal to.
And what about
Yeah, Wilson. To himself much, but once he's around, it's that's
is he the type
or no. opposite now.
December 20. What was
I went to a different high school at the gym, and I rushed everyone catching up. That's one thing around you.
to drink when you were at the
It was Mccullough.
point?
Amount of never been there. Added to the whole being with my friend.
Show this one. Screen and point to where kind of what was going on.
That's and then one of my and what, but that.
Did you
Right there, like vibes.
again at any time just go.
Ordinary. Shutting off. There was just back home and
Kind of have your back introduced
Any I believe that same and Campbell Parker right here with Thoby Falver following behind him. At the time I did not know who these people were, but obviously now I do. And then this is me right here at the top of the stairs.
And do you recall this moment?
Yeah, I actually do. It's
What are you doing right here?
so the gentleman in front of me, I don't know who by an episode of that captured by every
Example of you being a little silly.
yes, ma'am.
And I am going to show you now what is previously introduced exhibit number 11, and this is in folder 7.
Some I had seen shoved. Friends were involved. Do something to themselves that would possibly.
You've tested several of your friends. In physical
Get into you slip up the team, you can't for him to just life building on.
play.
I think that their friends. Hurts my right. I talked to him. I really had no. And I saw. I knew that they were, you know, just that.
When Clay Beathard runs across the street, do you remember that moment?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I do.
Can you describe kind of what you saw and what happened in that moment?
Yeah. I remember seeing both of them run over pretty close in tandem, one after the other. And I remember Paul's shirt looked significantly more bloody just because he had that coat that could open up. And so immediately my focus kind of went towards Paul right there, and they're laying very close to each other on the ground. And so I did the only thing that I knew what I could do to help. I called 911, and immediately I believe I called them very, very shortly before that portion right there where they're on the ground. 911 was directing me, like trying to get directions of, okay, where on the street are they? Where are they closest to? Stuff like that. And so I was directing them for a good portion of that. And then
when you called 911, did they tell you immediately how to help?
Not immediately, but probably during the middle of the call, yes. They were like, once they gotten the location narrowed down, they then told me to find any clean rags that I could and to begin putting pressure on the wounds wherever I could. Just the more pressure, the better. And so I was standing over. I was standing over both of them.
Which, Mr. Bates, is it correct to say that you did not see either one of them get stabbed? Is that right?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And did you see any weapons at all when you were out in the street?
No, ma'am.
At any point, did you think that weapons should be involved in that shoving kind
Never.
of fight in that street?
Never. That was the last thing that would cross my mind.
And I know that you said that you saw Mr. Trapini and you saw blood on his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
How did you know that Clay was stabbed?
You could start to see blood trickle through his sweatshirt as well. It was a little bit thicker material, so it took a little bit more for it to come through, but it very quickly began to seep through, and I could tell the severity of the situation wasn't just the typical, oh, he got punched and he's got a bloody nose or he's cut his eye open. It was way, way more severe than that.
When you saw him, was he able to say anything to you?
No, they weren't. I remember at one point during the call, I tried talking to both Paul and Clay to see if they were responsive. And the most I could get out of Paul was just a little groan, and he'd like roll his head over from one side to the other because he couldn't keep it up.
Were you trying to get them to do anything in those moments that you remember?
I was just trying to keep them awake, keep their eyes open, because I just wanted them to keep fighting for their lives as hard as they could.
Did you kind of give them as much encouragement as you could?
Yes, ma'am.
And at any point did you see AJ?
Yes, I actually did. I didn't know that AJ had been wounded until there was, I believe, 2 ambulances that came and took Paul and Clay off on gurneys. And then all of a sudden, we saw AJ get loaded into a gurney. And no one really knew that AJ had been hurt. I mean, he was covering his eye, but he kept on telling everyone, "Oh, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Like, worry about Clay and Paul. Like, they're more serious than I am," you know? And so whenever they had been taken care of, we finally got to see the severity of what had actually happened to AJ. And I remember AJ was being gurneyed off into the ambulance, and all I was saying was, hang on AJ, like, we got you, AJ, we're gonna be there. And one of my high school friends had like come and bring me back into the street because I couldn't hear it, but there was a police officer saying, like, if you don't get out of the way, then we're gonna have to arrest you. So I was very emotional that night, and wanted to make sure that my friends were okay.
If I can have just one moment. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Bates. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mccullough?
Mr. Bates, you don't have any problem recalling the events of that night that you saw and heard, do you?
What specifically are you referencing?
Well, I mean, in general, you remember what happened that night, correct?
In general, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you one picture here and ask you to identify yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Take a minute, no overhead.
Overhead.
And, sir?
Hold on one second.
Oh, yeah. Sir, you see
Hold
yourself?
on one second, hold on one second.
He doesn't have it. All right, sir, you see yourself?
Yes, sir.
In the blue, I'm going to put a DV to the right of your knee, back of your knee. And this is Wilson Mccullough, correct?
Yes, sir.
Put a WM. And in the white, that is Clayton Beathard, correct? Or do you know?
I would not be able to tell from that. No, sir.
All right, now at this point, 248.39, Mr. Mccullough was trying to get back into the fight, is that correct?
He wasn't trying to get back in the fight. I remember he had just gotten knocked down, and I was trying to guide him, kind of since his head was a little bit knocked up, trying to guide him back to where to go. Since obviously he could see some friends of ours, he was just like, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Hey, no, get back over here."
And you were just being a good friend to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll offer that as an exhibit, and I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay, anything to redirect?
No, you're on.
All right, thank you, sir. Watch your step. Just step down, please. Let me have the attorneys approach for just a second. ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take just a really short break, stretch your legs. Now, my rule, okay.
All rise.